Consider it doomsday prepping.
For the time that like you have, especially in bold, it's all about where all time comes. So the leading on page should be 2 pages for the only 1 page, and I'm kind of upset by it, so all of you guys are going to Then why don't we sell Funko Pops?
I've
never had anyone ever read this song.
I want
That's how we got it.
Why am I doing it?
Good fun.
Oh, thanks.
Oh boy.
Wait, I have more of these.
So is that you said?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Number 3 for the wheel.
Yep.
For Chikorita. Use Force for Vitality.
Yep.
The knock. And then the Brave.
Yep.
Sore. Still dancing with Silver Pump.
Yep. Yep.
I'm counting them as if they're not double.
Yeah.
And then I will attack for not.
Yep.
Here's my turn
Use this recon. And if you pop forward 10 and
Well, we have an extra 7 minutes, correct? These steel mask or fittings?
your item lock.
Oh my god, I am so sorry.
Oh, you're judge.
Yeah, what's up, Charlie?
She was under item lock and she pokey-pad and searched her deck.
Went Pokepad.
Where was your thing? Did you get your thing?
No, I
first.
I hadn't picked anything.
But she still
sat
searched
down,
through the deck.
I set down Pokepad. He said, all right. I picked up the deck and looked a little. That was all I did.
Dan? He called. She probed it. She poked it. She looked through deck.
I didn't grab anything.
But she looked through deck. Yeah, so you need one less.
Question before I
Is it one or I thought it was double prize? I didn't think there was one prize. I thought it was just double prize.
There is one prize. This is for tiny things.
I'm only saying that because I know I did that at a regional once and I got a double prize.
One other thing is I did place down Pokepad and he said,
wait, what happened?
so when I put down Pokepad, I said Pokepad and he said, okay. So both of us forgot about the item until I
Seriously, you didn't get anything.
Yeah.
I just picked it up and went like this.
So first things first, the Pokemon goes back to hand. Are there any other sets or operations that were done?
That was it.
Thank you for the reminder. There is a single prize.
Yes.
It's warnings and then after.
Yeah, like to my knowledge, it's double prize there. I get a warning for it because I've also failed to keep fourth stage. Yes.
It would be the double prize for
Yes.
that violation. However, you do have the warning.
Yes.
Warning!
Yes.
So it just means you
So yes, and judge would have to reshuffle the deck.
I'm gonna eat your cards.
all of them. Big Bulbasaurs.
I can fit it all. I have a big mouth. I like to
Technically, it's salad.
Isn't that canonically? Don't they like some people in the Pokemon universe eat Bulbasaurs like bald? Is that canonical?
Magikarp is a very tough outer shell, but apparently a delicacy, slowpoke tail.
Yes.
I know they in here. I know it's a red house. Crabbing to the peripheral. Like,
And I assume, do you know how the double prize works?
Yes,
Yes.
okay, gotcha.
Play Recon.
I'm just
I'm going to fire energy there. I'm going to play down Shenpao and its ability bumps the stadium. Yes. It's just when you play it down from your hand, you may choose to bump the stadium and play. I'm going to Boss's Orders the Meganium. And I will Phantom Dive to knock it out. Put 10 damage on the Fez. 10 damage on Ogre Pawn. 10 damage on that Ogre Pawn. Yes. It's 200 to the active and then 6. You place 6 damage counters out like on the pitch.
the active gets knocked.
Yes.
And then let me grab this.
Play twice. 10 damage on Fez, 10 damage on Ogre Pawn, another 10 on this Ogre Pawn, and then the remaining 3 will all go on. Sorry. 5 as well. 1 5 for the active
There's another one where it's like I need to actually look up. I don't know how many. I always do this. I'm like,
It's just not very good.
wouldn't be bad. It's just black, white player.
One of the packs that you got, not really, because this card sucks at me. It's very pretty. And I play a little bit of things, so.
I'm going to
Yeah, so you said,
He doesn't even want it.
I don't believe I do. I believe I have the 3.
You guys are now in OT.
Alright, so your turn 0.
No, 35.
And this other one, still in?
Yes, you did. What, yes, I have. Yeah, I have that.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.
Can you use max run?
It's just gonna say random when there's a vote. Yes. So funny. Yes, he did too, which is so how are we so rich? I said
Did anything change here? Was that just now? Yeah, literally just now. Literally just a couple of
And then Dan. Chloe. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to round 2 of our May Cup Challenge doubleheader. Setting up for round 2 of 7 here. As we proceed with our cup, the challenge will begin after Swiss rounds of the cup have completed, so that those players who did not make top cut at the cup can compete in that event. David passing the turn over to Layla. Finishing setting up 2 Dreepies on the bench there. One of them with the Fire Energy there. Layla evolves into Spied Ups, attaches the energy of Mewtwo, puts on the Team Rocket's Factory, and plays an Ariana, drawing up until 5 cards in hand. But if all your Pokemon in play are Team Rocket's Pokemon, which they are, will draw up to 8 cards in hand. Then that Team Rocket's Factory, having played a Team Rocket's Pokemon, will allow drawing another 2 cards, taking up to 10 cards in hand. A huge boost in draw support there, as it looks like we've got our names on the wrong side here. So I'm going to go ahead and correct that real quick. As it is David on the Team Rocket's Mewtwo, and Layla on the Dragapult over there on the other side of the board. We'll be retreating into the Mewtwo and swinging for 160 damage into this Team Rocket's Meowth. Not quite enough damage to pick up the KO onto the Meowth here. Ways of healing Pokemon such as Professor Turo's Scenario or Penny to take those Pokemon out of play no longer being in the format means that this Meowth is going to stick around on the board, likely as a liability that David's going to be able to use Team Rocket's Giovanni to bring up and knock out later for an easy 2 prizes, or present the threat of taking a devastating prize turn using Team Rocket's Mimikyu, Gemstone Mimicry attack, to copy that Terra Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive and use those spread damage counters to pick up an easy KO on this Meowth that only has 10 HP remaining. So, going to see a couple of Dracloaks evolve here. Deciding whether we want to play the Lilies before or after the Recon Directive, and it looks like the choice is going to be before. Shuffling that hand into the deck, getting 8 cards to hand, as Layla still has 6 prize cards remaining. See a bunch of new cards, looking for more cards to just continue getting set up here, likely looking for a Buddy Buddy Poffin to try to get a couple more Dreepies down onto the bench, or those Dust Skulls to start setting up the knockouts onto these Pokemon. And here to save me from the awkwardness of solo casting,
It is Antonio Daniel Humphreys here. Right with you guys. How are you guys doing today? All right. So where are we in progress?
so we are a couple of turns in here. Layla's got a board set up with a couple of Dragapults, had to pass with a Meowth in the active, which took an Erasure Ball from Mewtwo for 160, and just now retreated into that Duskull, offering it up as a bit of a sacrifice to protect both the prize cards from the Meowth as well as the setup from the Dracloaks.
Very interesting. All right. So we're seeing David on turn, put out in a stadium there. Looks like Team Rocket's factory.
The Giovanni bringing up that Dracloak with the energy, focusing down that threat of it evolving into a Dragapult next turn, and making use of that Team Rocket Mimikyu's free retreat as a pivot with this Giovanni, turning it into essentially just a good old boss's orders.
Yes. Very good movement. Very good thought process for that as well.
As I was saying, this Team Rocket's Mimikyu with the damage on that Meowth is also now a bit of a threat in the matchup, as that Dragapult EX is a Terra Pokemon, meaning with that Gemstone Mimicry attack copying Phantom Dive, all it takes is one little damage counter sprinkled onto that Meowth EX on the bench, and that is an easy 2 prize cards for David later in the game.
Absolutely. That thing is loaded and ready to go. We just only need, like you said, a breath of air on that thing. All right. Some serious consideration is being put out here as we're still processing out the turn. We're seeing that Tarantula out there.
Wanting to get set up into more of those Team Rocket Spite Ups. Its charging up ability, allowing it to attach energy from the discard once per turn to it to fuel Mewtwo's Erasure Ball attack, which does more damage if you discard energy from your bench Pokemon.
Absolutely. And we did see the knockout from David's Team Rocket's Mewtwo. So real nice point out there.
Nope, that is on the wrong side.
One fewer prize card to go here. And that Team Rocket's Mewtwo is loaded, so I'm interested to see what's going to happen here next.
And promoting the Dracloak there, an interesting choice from Layla, as without a Latios and without that Dracloak being a basic, means that it's going to be stuck in the active here unless it either burns an energy attachment to retreat or becomes a Dragapult EX this turn and uses something either like the Crispin or the Rosa's Encouragement to get enough energy onto it to be able to attack this turn.
Very true. Very true. And we're getting to search through definitely some options here. We had the Recon Directive. We're seeing the Flip the Script as an option as well. So cards in hand. And we're really just trying to process this next step here. Looking at the board state, like we said, not much more damage to go on that Meowth. We got damage counters on that Duskull as well. So really trying to spread it all around.
Yep, that's thanks to the Risky Ruins stadium, which Layla's playing there in the Dragapult deck, able to generate some damage onto your own side to then be used with Monkey Dory to move that damage over and help pick up KOs on Pokemon that might have a bit more than 60 HP on the bench. Sort of filling the role that Hawlucha filled pre-rotation of being able to get just that little bit of extra damage onto those 70 HP evolving basics that turn into so many of the potent stage 2s and stage 1s in the format.
Yes, Flying Entry was definitely a fun method of getting Hawlucha in to get that damage on 2s. But like I've definitely missed that in the format. I definitely was coming into playing during that time. I remember the first time I picked up the card, I was so excited, had the shiny version, and Hal's like, yeah, man, just don't play it first.
Yeah, just don't start it. Don't
and
make
I
it your only
immediately
basic
forgot
in
the
your
advice.
hand.
Like immediately,
Ooh.
I was like, all right, cool, Charmander, and we'll put you on bench. And I was like, all right, let's do the ability. No, sir. But back to the game at hand here.
Yes, we do see the Meowth come down, searching out the Crispin and setting up the Dragapult. And notably, No Team Rocket's Articuno onto the bench yet for David, meaning these Tarantulas with 50 HP and that Team Rocket's Mimikyu with 60 HP are vulnerable targets for this Phantom Dive, as we see a KO picked up onto that benched Mimikyu from Layla. Now, what's going to be interesting to see is whether David plays the Lily's Clefairy in his deck, as it's a card that a lot of Mewtwo lists opt to include, but often equal share of them opt to exclude. It is a great card into the Dragapult matchup, as it makes your Psychic type Mewtwo and Mimikyu both able to swing in for weakness and pick up those key one-hit knockouts.
Very true.
However, you do run the risk of having it end up on your bench prematurely and mess with your Team Rocket's Ariana, as that supporter needs you to have only Team Rocket's Pokemon in play in order to draw up to the full 8 cards.
Very true.
Losing out on a lot of power if there is a Lily's Clefairy hanging out on your bench.
Definitely got to play that hand well, play that board state well to really maximize the usage of those cards. But just as Jake said, I'm very interested to see if we are going to get that going. I'm seeing Ultra Ball being pulled forward here.
Here, yep, off the secret box from David. And we also able to search out a tool and a stadium. Gonna be the Team Rockets factory. Looks like we're going to decline the tool there. That Ultra Ball, I have to assume, is coming out to search out that Clefairy. So a lot of cards getting discarded between the 3 that have to go down for the secret box and the 2 for this Ultra Ball, but that Lily's Determination is going to be able to fill the hand right back up. Or a Team Rocket's Ariana could do the same, as long as it's played before this Lily's Clefairy comes down onto the bench. So there's the Clefairy. You can see a very heads-up play from Layla, choosing to knock out the Mimikyu rather than that Tarantula, as if that Mimikyu was still on the board this turn, with a Team Rocket from Mimikyu up, and there's another one out of the hand from David, can retreat into that Mimikyu, attach a Team Rocket's energy, Phantom Dive with weakness into this Dragapult EX, pick up the KO, and using that 60 damage, throw 40 of it on that Duskull, and throw 10 of it on the Meowth, taking 5 prize cards in a single turn and ending the game in just 1 attack.
Let's see if that is going to happen. That is going to be the play of this round for sure, if not the entire event.
We do see the Team Rockets Archer come down from David, only usable if one of your Team Rockets Pokemon were knocked out during the last turn, as that benched Mimikyu was. Both players shuffling their hands in. David getting 5, Layla getting 3. If he sees a Team Rockets energy in the cards here, the game is just over, but he doesn't have it. Going to be able to draw 2, as that Archer is a Team Rocket supporter, and there's a Transceiver and a Grass energy, missing the Team Rockets energy needed to just close the game out on the spot here.
It was going to be an amazing play.
Would have been incredible to see. Now, the Mewtwo, even without discarding extra energy to power up the Erasure Ball, is still able to pick up the KO on this Dragapult and leave Layla in a really awkward spot after that disruption, as there aren't any attackers set up on Layla's side of the board. The Dreepy, just a little basic, hanging out down on the bench, a little stage 1. And actually the energy switch, as there was a Psychic hanging out on the board there, going to be able to switch onto the Mimikyu. A bug catching set, attaching the Grass from hand. I missed the energy switch. I think that energy switch just would have been game, as the Mimikyu only needs a Psychic and a Colorless to be able to attack. Had we attached that Grass to Mimikyu instead and used the Team Rockets energy to retreat this Mewtwo, unless I'm misremembering, with a retreat cost of 2 being paid by the Team Rockets energy, would have been able to take that 5 prize card swing here. I'm going to double check on that Mewtwo's retreat cost, but I think we may have just missed out on that attack.
All right, we're seeing Grass Energy attached to the Team Rocket Spite Ups in the meantime.
Yep, using that charging up ability. Mewtwo is a 3 retreat cost.
Okay.
Thought it was 2, but that guy is hard to move without the help of Team Rocket's Giovanni. So just opting to swing with the Erasure Ball and pick up the KO here. Another 2 prize cards down for David. And Layla, in a rough spot here, does find the rare candy off of that Flip the Script and has an Ultra Ball. So just the supporter shy of being able to set up another attacking Dragapult EX here.
Okay, finds the cards to discard, starts the search.
Though we are going to run into the issue of this Duskull being stuck in the active.
And is it not findable, or is the last Dragapult prized?
It could be. Searching through the deck here, we don't know how many Dragapult Layla plays in the list. Nope, there's a full art one peeking through right there. Just deciding whether we want to go for that or take a bit of a slower line here and just get the Dracloak. Looks like we're going to be trying to give up a prize card here, which I think is probably the right play, as even if we do get that Dragapult set up and we swing into this Mewtwo, that Mimikyu and that Clefairy just present such a potent threat to end the game on the response.
Seeing energy attach their psychic energy onto the Dracloak.
I think the bigger thing is the lack of that supporter to set up the Dragapult. As getting a Dragapult onto the board, that's all fine and good. If all you're swinging with is Jet Headbutt, not necessarily worth putting that down in the face of a Lily's Clefairy.
Exactly. And Lily's Determination was just played. We have Layla doing her search. She is going to be going in for 6 cards at this point in the game here. And the cut is fresh. Here we go. Dawn in hand.
Creepy, a rare candy, and looks like a Pokepad in the back there. So going to be able to get another Dreepy down onto the bench using this recon directive. Finds another rare candy and a boss's orders. Have to imagine we're taking the rare candy there. Interesting. Maybe expecting the Dracloak to get Team Rocket's Giovanni to knocked out, and thinking that next turn we're going to need the combination of rare candy Dragapult and rare candy Dusknoir to find our way back into this game.
Very interesting here. We're seeing at least 200 put onto this Mewtwo right now too?
Yes, 200 damage on the Mewtwo from that initial Phantom Dive. Team Rocket's Transceiver comes down from David here. Going to search out a Team Rocket's Giovanni, able to bring something up off the bench. Unfortunately here, having this Duskull around, and the problem with looking for a line here to be able to rare candy those out is that if one of these 2 prize Pokemon gets pulled up off the bench by that Giovanni rather than the Dragapult, David's going to have 1 prize card left, and you can't activate Cursed Blast without immediately losing the game.
Wow, putting Layla in a tough situation here.
So we're going to see that Giovanni come down, actually just bringing up the Dracloak and putting up the Mimikyu as a pivot out. Just really looking to focus down that energy, make it as hard as possible for Layla to set up into another attacker. Now, these
Arcono's there now.
These Dusknoir Dragapult decks do often still play the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which would offer an attacking option here as David goes down to 2 prize cards if Layla can find a way to get it into the active with an energy. Going to Team Rocket's energy onto the other Mewtwo, really just setting up these benched attackers, presenting as many threats as possible so that even if 1 or 2 of them get knocked out, you still have another one left in the back there. So we do see the Dracloak go down, Layla promoting the Dreepy, really committing to needing to find a rare candy, Dragapult, and either Crispin or Rose's Encouragement. As we see the Rose's Encouragement still in the deck there. Don't know how many the list plays, but I can't imagine it's that many when you have access to Meowth to search out these sort of niche supporters when they're needed.
Very true. The ability to search out those cards with Meowth is definitely going to be like guaranteed meta going forward. Really,
actually, we just see the evolution into the Dracloak here, so not going to be able to find a Dragapult to attack this turn.
Very interesting.
Do have the option here, if we can get energy to retreat the Dracloak and a Dusklops or a Dusknoir, we can force David down to 1 prize card, use the 1 energy to retreat, and then get into Blood Moon. But Layla just opting to set up another Dreepy onto the bench here. I think that's probably just going to spell out the end of the game here, as Layla now can't set up an attacker this turn, and that Team Rocket's Mewtwo deck plays a lot of essentially boss's orders in the form of that Giovanni, and a lot of ways to find them with that Team Rocket's transceiver.
2 boss's orders on her side off of the flip the script, so we'll see what comes here. I missed if a supporter was used on her side already or not.
I don't believe there's been a supporter used yet. I think we're just digging with that recon directive and the flip the script, trying to see as many cards as possible before we commit to a plan of action. And it's going to be the boss's orders bringing up the Clefairy here.
Interesting.
Hoping, I guess, to buy a turn here. As David's going to have to attach an energy to get this Clefairy out of the active, as Team Rocket's Giovanni requires you to switch a Team Rocket's Pokemon with another Team Rocket's Pokemon. But David has the energy. Don't know if that's the same grass energy that we saw off the bug catching set. Just going to see an energy switch, and David might just be attacking with the Full Moon Rondo here, taking the knockout on the Dracloak and saying that's good enough.
Which definitely puts pressure on Dreepy if there's any rare candy plans on that back line.
It's just going to be an Ariana,
if I remember,
drawing 1 card for David, and then another 2 off of that Team Rocket's factory.
If I remember correctly, the Lily's Clefairy has an HP of 190.
Correct. So it is vulnerable to Phantom Dive and to Blood Moon from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Layla drawing for turn. I think a lot of these Dusk Noir decks are still playing Unfair Stamp as the ace spec, but I don't think we see it in Layla's hand, and I don't think we see it in the deck there. It might be over in the prize cards.
Very well could be.
As the only out that I can think of for Layla to find a way back into this game with David at 1 prize card left with those attackers on the bench would be a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Definitely trying to see what the steps are. And I don't believe there's any energy on this Dreepy, correct?
No, there was no energy on this Dreepy. So if we were trying to set up and swing with Phantom Dive here, we need defensively. And there is the Unfair Stamp, actually, off the top there from the flip the script. Got the rare candies.
I want to utilize as many cards as possible before, if it will be used.
Yes, and I don't know if we have an out to Dragapult in this hand before the Unfair Stamp. We have the rare candies, but we don't have the Dragapult, and we don't have the Rosas or the Crispins. We don't have a way to set up the energy onto it. Now, we could see, if the Blood Moon Ursaluna is in there, we could see Dawn to search that out and opt to attack with that instead. The trouble with that then becomes that Mewtwo is much more easily able to pick up a KO onto the 260 HP of that Ursaluna using something like that Erasure Ball, as opposed to the higher 320 HP of the Dragapult if that Lily's Clefairy stays out of play.
Taking some time to try and figure out what the next move will be here.
Yep, not going to have the assistance of any recon directives here. Thinking about the boss's orders, Standoff chooses to boss up the other Team Rocket's Mewtwo.
Okay. And with a retreat across of 3 and the Team Rocket's energy being put on there, still options to move stuff around.
And the Unfair Stamp. So maybe trying to just stick this Mewtwo in the active for a turn. I got 5 prize cards to 1. Gotta go for some kind of Hail Mary.
Absolutely.
To try to just buy whatever time you can to claw yourself back into the game.
With just over 5 minutes on the clock, essentially, Layla's game is to try and maximize taking out EXs to fast forward the game. But getting to that option is what we're looking for. We do see Psychic Energy applied. So if we do get back into a rare candy.
And 2 Dragapult, but no rare candy. Just going to have to pass the turn back over to David. And there's another Team Rocket's energy. Erasure Ball takes the knockout and the game. That final prize card as Dreepy goes down.
Yes. There were a lot of options in and out for both players here. The path of the game definitely did deliver it to David. through the actions. But some definitely smart plays to extend the life of the game here. And throw some notes of confusion there as well. So that was
Absolutely.
really
Trying
neat.
to force David to navigate through those lines, pick the right attacker, choose the right spots to have that energy. As if that energy was in the wrong spots, those boss's orders for stalls could have been a lot more troublesome to get through.
Absolutely. Also, that Lili's Clefairy just like really threw a wrench in the game, making it really hard for those dragon types. So, like getting around that method and trying to find out where was best to apply that damage was definitely a tough plan. But big shout out to David, and shout out to Layla as well for fighting really, really hard into that one.
Absolutely. And David advancing to 2-0. Layla with now a record of 1-1. Not out of it yet, as
Right.
I believe with 5 rounds into a top 4 at
Yep.
this cup,
Absolutely.
a record of 4-1, absolutely still able to make their way into top cut. So both of these players still in contention.
With some strong decks too.
Yes.
Yeah, very much so. Shout out to Hamilton on screen. We see you.
The mascot of Rochester Pokemon TCG. Everyone's favorite little electric bug.
Shout out to Joltik.
So, with about 3.5 minutes left in the round, as the other tables finish up and we get set up for round 3, we're going to move over to a brief intermission and we will join you back here on the desk for round 3 of our cup. and welcome back to round 3 of our cup. As I try to get the timer started here properly. There we go. Welcome back. As I'm joined by another fresh face on the casting desk, Hal.
What's up? What's up, guys?
Joining here after a less than desirable first 2 rounds.
That was great.
Hopping over from the field over here to behind the desk.
Yep. In and out, O2, light work. Work.
We're getting underway with a Dragapult mirror here. Don't know if it's a true mirror.
I don't think
we
so.
We don't see any of the pieces here that would give away that it's a Dusknor build.
I think we got straight Bolt versus
Zach's
Poltnor.
Could be, as David's going to search through the deck here, taking stock of what's available. Really stretching towards that 45-second first deck search, as we're going to grab a Dreepy off that Ultra Ball. Never feels great to Ultra Ball for a Dreepy. It's not where you want to be, but
No,
sometimes,
not at all.
sometimes it's where you have to be.
Got to get that board state going.
Got to play the game somehow. And, at least you get to start with that Budu in the active. Don't have to worry about figuring out how to get him up there.
No, free retreat's
already
nice.
Starts the game up there, right where he wants to be. Go in second so that you can start right off with that Itchy Pollen.
Did we see a Lily in the opening hand?
I don't know. Looks like we've got a Fire Energy, a Dracloak, and something in there.
A Dusclops, I think. Yeah.
So we're going to see the Itchy Pollen come down. 10 damage onto that Dreepy, and no items for Zach this turn.
This is like an extremely similar setup that I had round 1, but I Ultra Balled for the Meowth because my hand was dead instead of the Dreepy.
Oh.
I had the Loke in hand, but I just decided not to, and it didn't really help me that much, so.
I'm not sure on our total player count today.
I believe it was 16.
16.
I'm pretty sure it was 16.
I do know.
So now it's at least 15.
Confirmation from Dan last round that it is 5 rounds into a top 4 cut. As we see the Dracloak and the Monkey Dory coming down on Zach's side of the board before Lily's Determination fills the hand right back up. Looking for some
Loke,
energy, some Dracloaks.
pads.
Still have that Recon Directive available to us, so we're going to see if we can find something else to get set up here. Might need to adjust those hand cams a bit between the round. A little bit. As David
Zach doesn't have that much going on in his hand. I think he just lilied into a relatively dead hand, all things considered.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on over there.
I think he reconned for a Meowth for next turn.
Might just be the attach and retreat into the Budu, getting some Itchy Pollen of his own going.
There
Little
we
does he
go.
know, there are no items in David's hand.
Yeah.
And David, I have to imagine there's only one thing in David's mind right now. Buddy popping off the top. Classic right after the Itchy Pollen.
So good.
One thing on David's mind, which is, do I see a Lilies off of this recon? And no, it is a Dreepy and a Dragapult. Neither of which are especially helpful at the moment. Can just be benching the Dreepy, looking at that unusable item in the hand. Only other thing we could do here is consider Cursed Blasting something, but I can't imagine we Cursed Blast the opponent's Budu.
No, we do not.
We're just going to do our own Itchy Pollen back, and a Dracloak off the top for Zach there. Going to set up another Recon Directive and just continue building up this board.
Yep, Zach's in a pretty good position right now. I'd say if David doesn't top deck something soon, he's not doing much.
Yep, the one advantage that David has on his board right now is energy, as he does have one of those attachments where Zach, having to manually retreat into the Budu last turn, does not have energy already set up on his board.
True.
However, with these Dragapult decks now opting to run stuff like the Crispin and stuff like in the Dusknor builds, the Rose's Encouragement, those energy attachments are a bit less of a concern, as it's just going to be Boss's Orders up on the Dreepy.
No attachment for a turn either from Zach.
Looking to buy himself a turn of items here by hopefully keeping David away from his own Itchy Pollen. So we see a Psychic Energy and
Crispin?
looks like a Crispin. on the recon directive there. So considering which one we want to use here, I have to imagine it'd be the Crispin.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's still not doing that much. It's
I'm just going to
He's-
attach and retreat into the Badu, going
Yeah.
back into it.
yeah.
The tempo of these, the Itchy Pollen War, actually now back in David's favor, as Zach's 10 damage from the pollen went on to the Dreepy. So now it will be Zach's Badu going down first if these little shrubs just keep sitting here spraying pollen at each other. But a Dark Energy for Monkey Dory could flip that on its head. This is the full squadron of Dreepies coming down here onto the bench for Zach. Getting the Dark Energy onto the Monkey Dory, so now able to Adrenabrain that damage over and pick up the knockout on David's Badu. Getting rid of that Itchy Pollen threat for the next turn, and if there is a Crispin or way to set up energy, a Crispin and a Dragapult, but no,
Ooh.
just going to be more Itchy Pollen as David draws another Dreepy. Does have access to this recon once again, just praying for a Lilies
Oh
here.
my god.
As no, it's gonna be. Is that another Badu
It's
and a
Badu
Duskull?
Duskull. Yep. These
Not
recons have
what you
been
want to be seeing
awful.
here. Just all of the Pokemon hanging out on top of David's deck. All of the supporters hiding somewhere down in the rest of it, as without much else to do, might just see a pass from David. And you could retreat, maybe try to throw up one of these Dreepies as a sacrifice if a Dragapult does come down next turn, but that doesn't feel great. Curse blasting
Yeah.
anything. I mean, at this point, do you just rip the Curse Blast on like the Monkey Dory and hope for a Lilies out of your prizes? What other option
Maybe.
do you really have?
Yeah.
And yeah, we are just going to see the Curse Blast on the Monkey Dory, a prize card for each player. Remembering to update there. Going to put Zach to 4
I think he
prizes,
got-
David to 5.
I think you got Duskull or Dusclops or no Dawn.
As looks like a Dawn.
Okay.
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 Hey, a supporter's a supporter.
True.
You know, it finds us a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2, so it can find us a Dragapult, a Pheasantipity, and a Dracloak here.
Yes.
That's a lot of cards. And
It is a lot of cards.
an attacking threat on this Dracloak that's already had an energy.
Yeah. Yeah. He might be able to get himself out of this. Exactly what you called. Mm-hmm.
Now I think we've got a fire energy on the Dracloak here, so needing to, off of the 5 cards that we're going to see from these, somehow find our way into a psychic energy to enable this attack, as we can't enable it through something like the Crispin or the Roses this turn, as we've already now used Dawn. We can't find the out to it through Night Stretcher, as we are still under the effects of Itchy Pollen.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be the Recon Directive first, a Dark Energy and a Psychic Energy.
Oh, there it is.
And now Phantom Dive is online for this turn.
We're gaming. We're gaming.
We're considering whether to put down the Pheasantipity. With no supporters in our hand for backup, I have to imagine it does come down here.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, at least in my opinion, you need to see the extra cards.
Got to have a plan for next turn, as if the Fez doesn't come down this turn.
I guess he's relying on just the. Okay, here we go.
Yep, it's going to be the Fez.
Yep.
Draw last, the optimal sequencing. So we're going to find a Boss, a Meowth, and an Ultra Ball.
Not
so
bad.
access to really whatever we want supporter-wise from the deck next turn.
Got to be careful here, though. If we bench too many low 2-prize HP liabilities, that can just kind of.
Yes, with only 4 prize cards left, that
Yeah.
Meowth plus the Pheasantipity does present a very easy sequence of 4 prize cards through the combination of Monkey Dory and Boss's Orders on the Fez. And the Meowth not even requiring the Monkey Dory, as it is already below 200 HP just at the baseline.
Yep.
So Phantom Dive going to come through here, throw some damage over onto Zach's bench, and pick up another prize card for David. Really a Hail Mary Cursed Blast coming through off the prize cards there, turning what looked like a hopeless board on David's side into actually now a respectable attacking threat with backup options at the ready.
Always get there. We always get there.
Maybe some recon directives from Zach, filtering through a couple cards here. Have to imagine he's looking for some supporter that can get his energy set up, and with that many cards in hand, I'm sure he has a Crispin somewhere in there, or at the very least a Meowth or a way to find one.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what A spec Zach is on, but this would be a great turn to potentially rip the unfair stamp and not even take a knockout.
Yes, denying access to that Fez, getting some damage onto David's side of the board through a Phantom Dive onto this Dragapult, and maybe just loading up damage on potentially the Dreepy, 10 on the Fez so that you can boss it up whenever you like. Just spread that damage around and threaten a multi-prize turn on the next turn while not turning on the draw from the Pheasantipity. We are going to see the Dragapult evolve there. A rare candy into another Dragapult.
Mm-hmm.
Getting another one set up there on the bench.
Denying.
And the Crispin coming down. Getting that attacker set up for the turn. Trying to look at Zach's hand. Do we see the pink card in there? It's a little hard to tell with the full art rare candies, as those have got a rather pink background.
Yeah, I don't. There
And
it
he
is.
does. There's the unfair
Okay.
stamp.
Couldn't tell if it was a candy or the unfair stamp.
And with the Crispin used, this is going to be what you said there, a Phantom Dive, punch into the Dragapult, and unless we decide to throw all of it on the Dreepy or the Duskull, which I can't imagine will be the
No.
decision here, gonna hopefully just be really limiting David's options for next turn.
For sure, for sure. This really puts Zach in commanding spot.
The two cards for David, a Budu and something there. Didn't quite get a good look at what the second card was, but that Budu definitely not helpful
Is that
here.
a Poffin?
It might be. Phantom Dive and is going to KO the Duskull.
Don't think I like that. But I don't know what his hand looks like.
It takes away the potential of a rare candy Cursed Blast from a Dusk Noir to knock out this Dragapult on Zach's side, but it does give up that flip the script.
Yep.
I mean, with these extra cards, what could David really even be looking for here that would swing the board that much away from Zach?
Not much, really. I mean, he still has to take out the threat, which is the Dragapult with energy, and I just don't think he can do it. Not without the Dusknoir.
Yeah, definitely a lot of HP to get through with only the 200 base on the Phantom Dive.
And Zach having access to Monkey. It's going to be a big difference here at the end.
And the Monkey Dory actually kind of smoothing out the decision there of knocking out the Duskull versus putting 10 on the Pheasantipity, as long as you've got access to a Dark Energy, that Monkey Dory can put the Fez into boss's orders range anytime you like, as long as there is damage, at least one damage on your side of the board.
And he's just working with the 4 that's on the Pult, so it's always there.
Yep, and I believe Zach's deck also likely playing the Risky Ruins to be able to generate its own damage for Monkey Dory.
Absolutely.
see a Pokepad here from David. Looking through, looks like it might be a Monkey Dory of his own. Definitely a very tough spot that David finds himself in, as attacking with that Dragapult EX does not get you a knockout, and it guarantees 2 prize cards for Zach on the following turn. And with that Monkey Dory threatening to move damage over onto the Dracloak, that would just be the game.
Yeah.
As the Phantom Dive would pick up the knockout on the damaged Dracloak on the bench.
Yep. The only way David could get out of this is to evolve both Dracoloaks. And I think, did one of them evolve this turn?
I think the one with the damage
Okay.
evolved this turn,
Yeah.
so there's no way to get that one's HP up. I think may have
Could
been part
take
of
the
why David
monkey.
looked for the Monkey Dory on his own side as a way to maybe heal that up, but I don't know if he has the energy for that. Yeah, boss's orders on the monkey, trying to get rid of that threat if Zach doesn't find his way into another monkey or a night stretcher. So we're just going to Phantom Dive, take 2, take out the damaged Dracloak that was over on Zach's side of the board.
I like this here from David, really forcing Zach to have like double stretcher, for example.
Really, stretcher itself is just going to be the big thing. Don't know how many Monkey Dory there are in Zach's deck.
Probably 2. Stray
2 would
Pult's
be my
got,
guess.
yeah, Stray Pult's got the room for 2.
So as long as they're not prized, a lot of outs here for Zach.
Yep.
Between Pokepads and Night Stretchers to find the Monkey Dory.
And we did see he still has access to at least 1 Dark Energy in deck from a
Mhm.
previous hand.
Yep, and the Crispin, if needed, able to search that out for the Monkey Dory.
True.
As long as there are 2 different types of energy in the deck.
Yep. Then it becomes really expensive E-Search. Still does the trick, though.
Yep. On a turn where expensive E-Search wins you the game, I don't think you're too torn up about it being a more expensive option.
No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Maybe the Ultra Ball here.
Do we just have the line?
Looks like as long as it's in the deck, going to be able to pull out the Monkey Dory. No, Ultra Ball for the Meowth for the
Does he
Crispin.
have Night Stretcher in hand? Stretcher.
Stretcher for the Monkey, and Crispin going to be able to
monkey.
pull the
There
Dark
it
Energy
is.
from the deck. And that should just be the game for Zach here. Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain, moving the 30 over to Dracloak, Phantom Dive, picking him up, and there's the last 3
There's the
prize
game.
cards. A valiant attempt by David to claw back from a really less than ideal start.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was going to be over quicker
Curse
than
Blast,
it was.
The Curse Blast on the Dawn coming
was
or
clutch.
to get the Dawn, super clutch.
Yeah.
Really, potentially one of the only ways out of that.
Yeah. Found a good use. Found a good supporter for turn 2. So,
Yeah.
like, I mean,
There's
it
a
worked.
decent chance that with the Lilies he might have missed on the pieces that he needs.
Yeah.
But the Dawn says,
And-
all those extra cards that you can't play, all the items while you're Itchy Pollen, Dawn just says, hey, cut out the middleman. I'll
Doesn't
just get you
matter.
the pieces that you need. We'll go get the
Yeah.
Fez, we'll go get the Loke, we'll go get the Pult.
Important to note, David's only he's only playing 1 Dawn. So
Oh,
it was
wow,
the only
yeah.
Dawn. It was the only Dawn. It came in perfect, like perfect timing too. That could have been any 4 of
Yeah,
it could have
any
been like
piece
one of the
there.
bosses or something, or
Really,
But it's the
earning
one.
its-
It's the 1 Dawn
earning its keep as the one of.
for sure. For sure.
Pult top 4, let's go. Well,
I don't think so.
we do still have 2 more rounds after here.
We do.
Both Pults, David, despite taking a loss here, still in contention.
Yeah.
4-1, still all but guaranteed to make top cut.
I'd say 3-1-1 is also in a pretty good position as well.
I think generally, yeah.
And with only 16 players, I'd say
barring some
3-1-1's.
real weirdness happening, a 3-1-1 should be.
Yeah.
Should be pretty sad.
It's so nice seeing these Polts like play the game.
Yeah,
It's refreshing.
yeah. Despite their best efforts to prevent the others from playing the game through
Yeah.
that Igipollen.
Right? No, I mean, who cares about items when, like we said, we're just ripping the dung.
Yeah, just draw your supporters. It's
True.
as easy as that. As the players pack up here, just under 10 minutes left in the round. We're going to move over to little intermission between the rounds as the rest of the players finish up here. We will see you back on the table for round 4. Welcome back for round 4 of our quarter 2 cup. We have now on the stream, I think the only remaining undefeated players with David and Zach here on the stream. And I think once again, we've set up the names on the wrong side here.
Yep.
So we can go ahead and correct that. That
Interesting start for Zach here with the Maractus. A not so good card in this matchup because David has the Articuno and would
The
just shut
Articuno and the Giovanni, both as
Yep.
ways around the retreat lock.
Excuse me.
And also that Mimikyu, not really something you want to be retreat locking. Either. As it does not, I mean, it can't attack you back, but you don't get to keep it there for very long.
No, you're not going to be able to keep it there very long at all. And I'm not sure if Zach is playing Latias too, so getting that out might be a problem. And there's the Articuno. So Clutch does nothing now.
Unless you're hitting the Spidops.
Yeah, yep.
You
You
can
can
hit
hit
the
the Spidops. You can trap a Spidops. Spidops will respond with the knockout, though. More than likely.
More than likely. As will something like the Clefairy.
Yep. So we're going to see a Lily here with David. See a fresh 8.
Just refilling the hand. The Lily's kind of a bit better than the Ariana here on the early turns. If you have a bunch of stuff in your hand that you can't play,
Yeah.
As the Ariana doesn't draw you that many cards if you can't get the cards out of your hand.
Yep, you probably want to prefer to see a Petrol turn 1 here on David's side.
Yeah, just Petrol, search
Or
out the
Petrol
secret
or a
box, the whole
Proton?
thing. Yes, I think actually the
Proton.
Proton would
Yeah,
be
yeah,
what
yeah.
you'd prefer to
Yes,
see.
yes. I was thinking Proton said Petrol.
Well, I mean, the Petrol for the secret box isn't bad.
No.
But since you already got the factory on the board, you're already drawing plenty of cards.
Well, we can't factory with a Lily.
Yes. Just benching, attaching to a Tarantula, and passing.
Yep.
Not a whole lot going on over on that side of the board. As Zach starts things off with another Buddy Buddy Poffin. Going to be just searching out, have to assume, a Badoo and a Dreepy here if he has a way to either find the Latios or something like an air balloon to get this Maractus out of the active. Don't know if these pull lists are playing any retreating tools.
I don't think they're playing Air Balloon. I'm not sure if Zach's playing Latias or not.
And looks like just opting to get the double Dreepy, so must not have a way to get into that, or just not really valuing the item lock here.
Yeah.
Opting instead to just get as many Dreepies online to hopefully get a full bench of Dracloaks. It's going to be a Lily on Zach's side as well, shuffling the hand back, getting a fresh 8. Looking for some energy, some Dracloaks, and a supporter for the next turn.
The usual.
The usual. Everything you want to see in a hand. Though it seems like frequently Lily's likes to show you all your bosses and night stretchers.
Yes, a bunch of unplayable cards for the following turn.
So hopefully we see something more on the usable side for Zach here.
Yeah, I think I saw some good stuff in there. I think I saw Lily for next turn.
Dragapult and Pheasantipity on the recon directive there. Looks like we're going to take the Fez to the hand. And just passes it over to David. Only one of those Dracloaks getting evolved.
Yeah. No
And
energy
no-
attaching to.
Yes, no energy attachment. And there's the Proton for David. And be able to search out and start setting up those basics like the Mewtwo, like the Tarantulas. Looks like, trying to look at David's deck as we go through it there. Trying to keep an eye to see if that Lily's Clefairy is in the deck or over in the prize cards, as I don't see it in the hand for David.
I think I did see it on the end of the deck search.
There it
Right
is.
there,
Yep.
yep.
So it does have that available as a tool for later in this game. As for now, the Proton going to search out a couple of spiders and the Mewtwo. Just continue setting up this bench here on David's side.
Players are in an interesting spot right now. They're both not really doing a whole lot.
Yeah, kind of slow development on both sides.
And Zach is just kind of stuck with this Maractus, and David has to deal with it. And Zach probably wants that because of the damage counters that the ability
Yes, the
of
damage
Maractus
counters.
would give, and you could pull off some kind of boss play and knock out a Spidops if it's attacking.
Yeah. Or if he, punches into it with something like the Mewtwo, if that's the attacker that he goes with into there. Puts itself into range of some sort of risky ruins monkey dory action to get it down into phantom dive range.
Yep, we might see a knockout here.
But yes,
from
actually,
David.
Also of note, if David knocks out the Maractus here with a Spidops, the Articuno won't protect it from falling victim to phantom dive damage counters, as it only blocks effective attacks done to basic Team Rocket's Pokemon. Spidops, as a stage 1, going to be able to have that damage focused down onto it.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it has 130 HP.
Yep, it does. So it's out of the way for a while, but that's okay. Dragapult wants to set up these multi-prize turns into an inevitable unfair stamp situation. So just being able to spread the damage counters in general is probably a good feeling.
Yeah, gets a little bit closer. Normally would take three full phantom dives worth of bench spread damage to get the knockout on the Spidops. The Maractus speeds it up a little bit, gets 60 damage onto it, and threatens to grab that extra prize card after only 2 phantom dives.
Mm-hmm. I really like the position David is in as well, with an attachment to the Mimikyu, basically just saying I can go find my Clefairy and phantom dive you back for knockout spread 6. So David is in a pretty good position here.
Definitely. The one thing I would like to see on David's side would maybe be an attachment on the Mewtwo as well, to have that available as an attacker. But we know that the Rockets deck does play a healthy count of energy switch, so it's still able to power up its attack within a single turn using that Team Rocket's energy alongside something like the energy switch.
I think the Mimikyu is probably a shorter reach than the Mewtwo as well.
I think so. I think not having to find exactly Team Rocket's energy for the Mimikyu and being able to just set it up with another basic energy or with an energy switch is helpful, when the attach onto the Mewtwo still leaves you in the spot of needing Team Rocket's energy, just now you would need it on both of the Pokemon.
Yes.
Update David's prize cards there. So we see the Pheasantipity come down from Zach, alongside some recon directives, finding a bunch of cards.
Do we know if the Dracolocan active was a previously evolved one? Can the Locan active evolve this turn?
That's a good question. I think so, as I think it
Okay.
was the one with the stamp that was evolved last turn. As speaking of stamps,
There we go.
was that unfair stamp discarded off of Ultra Ball? That looks like unfair stamp in the discard. I would be very confused as to what the rest of Zach's hand is if that's the case here.
Yeah, I have no idea. That's crazy. I could never think it because you heavily rely on that to win this matchup here. Oh.
Yeah, not really sure there. It certainly looked like unfair stamp there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll have to see. Again, between the psychic type Pokemon and the full art rare candies, there are a lot of pink cards that are not necessarily the pink card.
True, we
So,
were saying that earlier with
Could
the
have
candy.
been something else, but I think I saw the green kind of end of the
That's what I was
stamp
thinking. It
itself
did
there.
look a lot like Stamp. There's the E switch we were talking about. There's the Clefairy.
Getting set up here. Notably, though, only able to get 2 prize cards with this return attack, as nothing else had damage set up on it.
Mm-hmm.
And this damage spread, while somewhat helpful, not as impactful for the Mimikyu, or for the Rocket's side here, as it is only able to copy Phantom Dive while Dragapult's in the active, meaning it doesn't have the same lines of sprinkling 10 on the Fez to be able to then boss it up later with something.
I think we got to fix
with the
the
damage
prize
spread.
count here with David and Zach.
Yes.
3 and 5.
David down to 3 and Zach at 5.
Yep. I think I would have liked to see some damage still go on Fez. I think the damage on Meowth, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Spidops is still swinging for 180, which still knocks out Meowth. Is there any
Yes.
reason to put
no,
the damage?
Spidops is swinging for 150, as that Lily's Clefairy is not a Team Rockets Pokemon.
Oh,
So
okay.
we've only got 150 there.
And Meowth is 170, so it's only at 160 right now.
Yep, I think the thought there might be with
Mewtwo, like
Erasure Ball in mind.
Okay.
Maybe looking to be able to pick up a KO on it without needing to discard energy from the bench.
Okay.
As we do have a Spidops on the bench, but only one. And if we need to use that in combination with an energy switch to set up our Mewtwo, then we could be left only able to do 160 damage. Or if that Spidops were to be brought up by something like a boss's orders, or just focused down through a series of Phantom Dive spread attacks.
Yep. Also note here that Zach is also 3-0. I don't know why it says 2-0.
That is a great question.
Also, good to note, they are playing it out 32 and 0. Whoa.
An insane record.
Wow. He did it. He really did it, guys.
To win 32 rounds in the first 3 rounds of a tournament
It's
is
just an unheard accomplishment.
an incredible feat.
A good thing to note here, is that they're both 3-0 and playing it out. So they are really battling for that whole seeding advantage. Being higher place seeding means you can pick your preferred, first or second going into your matches.
Yes, a very new change to the tournament rules for Pokemon.
I think I see why he may have gotten rid of the stamp. He is playing a judge.
Yes.
So maybe there was just cards he was like, I can't Ultra Ball these away. I mean, I would have done anything to keep unfair stamp.
It's a pretty good card in the matchup.
Yeah, I would have done.
That is
But
for sure.
he did have the judge to kind of maybe level the playing field. So that is worth noting.
As it looks like Zach taking the knockout on the Mimikyu as another one comes down on David's side. Interestingly, though, don't see damage counters on the Spidops. I wonder if Zach just tossed them away onto one of the basics, maybe forgetting that he can get those onto one of the stage 1s.
Yeah. I definitely
Or the Clefairy.
True. Clefairy probably doesn't matter that much.
Likely not.
I mean, he needed to boss it that turn. It was in an interesting situation having to just take the one prize or Mimikyu because most of the things on the board can respond back.
Yeah, and I think that's where we really would have liked to see the unfair stamp be held on to by Zach,
Mm-hmm.
because without item-based gusting, like counter catch are still in the format, the only way that you can disrupt your opponent's hand and boss pull one of their active Pokemon. Losing all my words. Pull one of their Pokemon from the bench to the active is through the use of an ace spec in combination with a supporter, be that unfair stamp and boss, or something like the judge with a prime catcher. So
We have a Razor Ball here for knockout. David going down to just one prize remaining, putting Zach in a pretty awkward spot here. A lot of resources down. We've had 2 Polts that are Phantom Diving go down, which means we've got 2 Psychic, 2 Fire in the discard, 2 Polt in the discard. I think he's got a tall ask here.
yeah, absolutely, and especially with Giovanni threatening to close out the game at a moment's notice.
I don't even
onto-
think we've seen David play a Giovanni yet. I think he's got all 4 left in deck if he hasn't tossed any.
I think so, along with the transceivers to search them out.
Yep,
But he may not even need it, being only at 1 prize card.
true.
Even if it's a 1 prizer left in the active, that Mewtwo's just gonna blow through it. So we could maybe see what we saw earlier as Layla faced down the Team Rocket's Mewtwo with Dragapult, trying to buy turns by using boss's orders on the opposing Mewtwo's that aren't set up, and just hoping to fade the Giovanni for a turn and buy some time that way.
Sure.
But it is a risky plan for sure. Looks like we're going to go into the Blood Moon Ursaluna here.
Mm-hmm.
Is able to attack for free as David only has 1 prize card remaining. There's another
Yep.
Ultra Ball
For
throwing away the hand
Latias,
here
I'm
for-
assuming, if he's playing it. Or actually, how do you
Maybe,
even
but
get
we've
out?
got a Dracloak in the active.
Yeah.
Maybe for a
Hmm.
Dragapult here.
I think we're just thinning the deck.
Think so.
I think we're just thinning.
I assume we have another energy in hand if we're discarding 1 off the Ultra Ball, but still need to get into this Blood Moon.
Yeah, Blood Moon's trapped for a turn, though. I can't say that's a good position to be in here.
Yeah, Blood Moon harder to fight all the way through these end games with it, with the departure of Professor Turo from the format, as resetting the attack lockout on the Blood Moon becomes a lot harder. As Zach just gonna punch Mewtwo for
And I'm pretty sure David
240.
can just erase your ball for game here. Discarding the energy?
As long as he has an energy in his discard or the hand, I think Erasure Ball is 160 plus 80 for each on there.
He's gonna go get muted. Or he's
so
gonna
it'd
go
only
get
be-
Giovanni.
It would only be
Yeah.
240, but yep, able to
He's
just
just
get the
gonna get
Giovanni,
Giovanni.
pivot out with the Mimikyu, and knock out any Pokemon of his choice from the bench there.
Yep.
All of them low enough to be taken out by that Erasure Wall.
Yep, and we were talking about the different variants of Polt. This is why there's so many variants, because the best kind of Polt that deals with the Team Rockets deck is the Polt Nor, because you can blow up the Articuno at any moment and then start spreading or manipulate the board. Here, straight Polt just has to say, well, I have to just do my best here.
Especially when there's stuff like the Tarantulas, or most often the Mimikyu just hanging out on the bench, offering those prize cards
Yep.
easily with Phantom Dive,
Mm-hmm.
though often kept dangling just out of reach by the Articuno.
For sure.
Same
It was some good playing here by David. That was my round 1 opponent that I turbo bricked against.
It happens to the best of
Oh,
us.
it does. That's Pokemon for you.
It sure is. So David advancing to 4-0.
He is locked up for top cut, no
Locked
questions.
up for top cut, likely locked up to be top seed of top cut.
Correct. These were the only 2 3-0s. He's the highest positioned person, so even losing, he still probably has a good chance at being first seed at 4-1, even if he lost his last round.
Yes. I'd have to dip again and miscut. It is possible. Was that just the last cup that I think that was the last cup. That
Yeah,
happened
and that was funny because he was my opponent for
Yes.
that. He was my
And
opponent. He
a
was my
bad
first
matchup,
opponent in Top
notably.
Cut.
Your
Yes.
first opponent with a bad matchup.
Oh, it was
for you.
horrible.
And
Horrible.
his-
And then it was you and me in the finals.
Yes, his drop from that tournament, shifting the bracket around, putting me into a worse matchup for me.
True.
But somehow it still managed to find our way through to there, and
We
led
weaseled
to
that
us
final
in the
spot.
finals. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good times. Good times.
So really, that was all thanks to David and his
David.
need to go
Go do
somewhere.
something. Well, maybe he's sticking around the whole time this time. I mean, I sure hope so. Could you imagine going 4-0 and being like, I gotta go?
Yeah, I gotta go, guys. Sorry. Make a routine out of it. Tradition.
Just flex
Fight
on
your way
him.
into Top Cut.
Flex
and
on
then,
everybody and then leave.
Sorry, guys. Just gotta, gotta run.
Gotta run. Gotta go to BK.
All right, so we've got just over 9 minutes left in the round here in our penultimate round of Swiss. As likely the results of this match will make or break a lot of people's runs as we get closer and closer to that cutoff for our top cut. Really needing a record of 3-1-1 or better to
That's what I'm thinking.
safely guarantee yourself into that top 4.
That's what I'm thinking as well. X2 is just in the top 4 with, this many people. It's just really hard to make that happen.
Yeah. If nobody draws, maybe it can happen.
Maybe, for sure.
But very likely, whichever opponent David pairs with, if they want to ID, as he'll pair with a 3-1, he'll lock himself for top cut.
Correct.
They'll lock themselves for top cut, and that will create then the draws.
One
that
thing
will
to note
lock
as
somebody
well,
out.
though, like you were saying, because they played this round, though, there still is a chance.
There is a chance.
Because I'm pretty sure there is a buy in the round right now, so there's been some
Yes.
off pairing.
And David, in my experience, one who does like to play the matches out. As
Yes, he does.
When we were talking about that previous cup, was a match where he could have ID'd and both him and his opponent could have made their way into cup, but they
True.
chose to play it out.
True. The people's champ.
The
people's
people's champ,
champ.
truly. All right, so as we finish out this round here, we're going to move back over to a brief intermission before we join you all back here for our final round of Swiss. Stay tuned.
doesn't, he's gonna kick one of us out. It's okay. It'll probably be me because my resistance. So you lost to the guy.
And we're back.
We are back with a feature match here, as some of our top tables have decided to ID their way into the top cut.
Mm-hmm.
We are hopping down to one of our lower matches here
I appreciate it.
for the Terrabox versus Ends Zoroark matchup.
Yep, I see here that Adam has opened Zoroark. Philip has opened just everything.
Well, to be fair, the Zekrom is kind of who you want to be opening a lot of the time. It's a very safe Pokemon to have in the active.
Okay, you are
And
you are right.
with-
You are right. You are the Zoroark expert too.
With all the mobility cards that Zoroark plays, getting that Zekrom out of the active is not too big of a concern.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does get a little annoying when you get stuff like the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon there, able to sob and lock it into the active. But even then, Petront still able to help move around that. Though it does look like, oh no, we've got a Lily.
Thank God. Yep, yep. If that was just attached pass,
That would
I
be
think we're probably going to torrential pump
the
anyway.
Zoroark special.
Yep. Yeah. Sure. Sure.
But nope, we do have the Lilies there.
Do you want to
Shuffle back,
note
grab a
too
new
that
hand.
there is a match. So a bunch of players did ID in Top Cut, but there is a 3-1 playing a 2-2 right now. So if the 3-1 wins and goes to 4-1, there is a chance that one of our 3-1-1s are going to get kicked out.
And I would say it's a 100% chance that one of the 3-1-1s gets kicked out. As
Oh,
that would
yes.
put us to 5 people
Yes.
with the same record or better.
Yep.
Yes, so if the 3-1 wins, we will see one player miscut based on their resistance. If he loses, all of the players that have ID'd will be safe to progress onto top cut. Just looking at Adam's hand there, just gonna be a pass.
Now, what if we hit like double E switch, boss, Crispin, or E switch crisp, or boss double?
It's a lot.
Never mind. All right. Well, you know what I'm talking. So
That's
just
a lot
blabbing.
of a lot of pieces being thrown around there for something that could be easily fixed by Crispin Crystal.
Yes. Yeah. I just was more or less saying like get both zeros off the board.
Oh yeah, yeah. Being able to keep the supporter for turn up.
I've definitely been that greedy with Terrabox before, no questions, and almost every time it never worked out for me.
But the times that it does work out, it just wins you the game.
Of course. Of course.
Yep, just gonna be the Crispin, and then the Jewel Seeker coming down here, searching out another Crispin and an Energy Switch. So it looks like just the Energy Switch to get us the Torrential Pump for this turn, and then the Crispin so that we can set up another attacker on the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So likely going to see one of the Zoruas going down here. Iron Bundle no longer in the format, so not able to get this Zekrom out of the way unless we've got a Repel in the deck,
Mm-hmm.
which
So
I think would be a neat card to be playing in the Terrabox.
I see
there.
Phillips did not get Crystal. Is Crystal maybe prized?
Crystal also might not be the ace spec of choice for the deck. There's a chance that I could be on something like Unfair Stamp or even maybe something like the Prime Catcher.
Okay.
There is a chance, but Adam going to be able to see a lot of cards here as we do evolve that remaining Zorua into a Zoroark and bench the Pheasantipity.
Mm-hmm.
So going to be able to draw into at least 5 cards here. Hopefully going to be able to find something that's going to let us get a couple more Zoruas onto the bench.
I think no matter what here, Adam is responding. I think I saw bare minimum stretcher attach, PP, the patch, just everything.
Yep, definitely going to be able to find the return KO. The biggest concern here is going to be getting Zoruas onto the bench in
Mhm.
order to have the threat of Zoroarks for the following turns,
Correct.
as with Zoroark's grass weakness, it is very likely that we go down to the Teal Mask Ogerpon next turn.
And he has played
It's
0-6 right now.
going to be stripping the cards out of Philip's hands here, trying to leave him with as few resources as possible to find that follow-up knockout.
Yep, and reaching the triple energy on Ogerpon now is much harder than it was previously, especially with no attach on it. So it would require attach, teal dance again from another one, and an E switch to even get the attack off.
Yeah, going to be a lot of pieces needed to find the attack there.
Mm-hmm.
Also potentially able to circumvent the E switch, we see tossed into the bin there is the Iron Leaves.
Okay.
Able to take the knockout.
Interesting. Did we see what Philip decided to keep? I would assume it's at least one knock towel he decided to keep, but I didn't see the other thing.
Did not see. I would assume the knock towel and likely that Crispin that he searched out
Okay.
earlier.
Okay. Oh, the E switch.
Ultra Ball. Be a very expensive knock towel to keep after the 06 machinations, if that is what we're going to be searching out with the Ultra Ball. Could potentially see, of course, whichever two supporters out of the deck that we'd like. If the ace spec is something like the Unfair Stamp, you know, able to find our way into a lot more cards here.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially also could go looking for something like the Cyrano alongside Area 0 Underdepths to just start setting our board back up. Go grab something like the Pheasantipity and start just rebuilding, allowing a turn to go by here and setting ourselves up to have follow-up attacks.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But with no, if we're gonna knock towel here with no Hoot Hoot on the board, Philip is just kind of grasping at a response after this.
It's a tough spot for sure, and
Yep.
I think if we don't knock out this Enzorwork here, then we are in a very, very rough spot,
Mm-hmm.
as it's likely going to be able to reset its debuff using that Pecharunt and find another 2-prize knockout off of something on the bench. Or potentially on that Teal Mask Ogerpon if it doesn't leave the active here. So going to be grabbing the Night Stretcher. Have to imagine that's going to be for the Iron Leaves, and we're looking for some kind of line to get into that here. Really mulling over
Now,
the best second trainer to get us there is going to
mm-hmm.
be.
Bit interesting to get rid of the Iron Leaves just to stretcher for it later. So 2 things we threw away we might want back.
2 stretchers.
Probably
Could be
grass
a grass
energy.
energy.
Yeah.
No, actually, I don't know if there's a grass energy in there as it was shuffled
Nope, he
back into
pumped
the
it
deck
back.
off the torrential pump.
Yep.
So, yeah, stretcher to get back the Iron Leaves. Not really where you want to be. Might come down to what we draw off this Teal Dance.
Yep, I'm thinking so.
So I suppose if we did want to keep the Ultra Ball for that Knock Towel and keep the Crispin, it likely wouldn't have mattered if we discarded the Iron Leaves, as that Ultra Ball was going to take the remaining 2 cards out of the hand regardless of what they were. So
True.
one way or another, that Iron Leaves does end up needing a Night Stretcher to get back. But we're actually going to see the Crispin attach onto the Fan Rotom here.
Mm-hmm.
Setting that up, be looking for an Assault Landing, as the other Night Stretcher is just going to get back a Hoot Hoot. Give us the potential to use that powerful Jewel Seeker ability on a later turn, as we're just going to see the energy discarded to retreat into the Fan Rotom, but there's no Stadium in play, so there's no damage coming through onto the Zoroark, as that poison's just going to tick, and the turn passes back over to Adam.
Yep. Interesting here. I mean, Adam can shred, but cannot use the other attack unless he were to somehow get it into the...
He can't use any attack unless he leaves the active. Rampaging Thunder set doesn't say you can't use this attack on the next turn. It does say this Pokemon can't attack during your next turn.
Okay, so
gonna
he does need to find a way. to be in
something
and out.
like the Ends Castle, or more likely the air balloon, to
Mhm.
be able to retreat and shuffle off the bench. Could also just get it done with an energy by using the Petrant to push up the
Yep.
Pheasantipity or one of these Zorua, and then manually retreating using that energy. Yes, I think the miss on finding the knockout there, that turn for Philip, definitely has to be leaving Adam feeling very good about his chances here. And if he can find a boss's orders to pull that teal mask up off the bench, I think the game will likely be all but over. And yep, it's going to be the subjugating chains into the manual retreat to reset the attack debuff on the Zoroark. Trade coming through here. Be discarding an Ends PP up.
Nope,
Or
he's
no,
using
using
it.
the Ends PP up.
Yep, he traded
Oh, he
earlier.
did, just marking it to the side that it was already used. As Yep does have the boss's orders to bring up that teal mask, as it's just going to be another Rampaging Thunder to take the knockout, getting
Yep.
another 2 prize cards for Adam.
And I don't think
Putting us
Philip
at
has
5
anything
to
to respond
2.
with here.
Yeah, with no
Terra.
no Terra on the board, that Jewel Seeker isn't even active anymore.
He just top deck
draws the
Ball.
Terra Orb, so
Yeah, yeah.
can get one if he wants. But even with
Now we've got Noctowl inactive though.
even if he hits some kind of, crazy line here to set up some Terra attacker and, fire off the Briar and knock out this Zoroark, we're still only going down to 2 prize cards. And there's a Zorua on the bench with energy ready to just return and evolve up and Rampaging Thunder, whatever.
He just
Goes
passed.
there. Yep, just going to pass.
Evolve.
Now we're going to see Zoroark just really cement its position here, trade through some more cards, evolve up, get this board to a spot where there is 0% chance that Philip can come back into this.
Here we're going to be looking for probably a boss on the Hoot Hoot.
Yep, I think so. I think in terms of what we could be doing here, not particularly concerned about knocking out this Noctowl or the Fan Rotom. And
Double energy. The best draws.
yes,
The fast draws. We love to see it.
don't think we found another boss's orders there.
No. Bench
No.
is locked up too, so that Meowth can't go and fetch it.
Yep, unless we've got the ace spec, as I'm pretty sure this deck does play the Scoop Up Cyclone, which could free up some bench space.
Mm.
Yep, just going to be the Subjugating Chains, pushing up a new Zoroark, resetting that attack debuff.
Yep. I just don't see how Philip comes back from the 1-5 deficit though here, without responding with a 2-prizer,
And
other
just
than
gonna be the
Pikachu.
Rampaging Thunder, taking Adam down to his final prize card.
Yep.
As Philip draws, sees the Briar there, not playable anymore as Adam is no
No,
longer
that
on
is
2 prize cards.
Ultra Ball fodder.
Consider the hand. Not really much that can be done here.
No.
Even if there was, I don't think there's much that can get you back into this game when Zoroark just threatens to absolutely tear through whatever you put up into the active. The Pikachu could maybe survive a hit, though.
That
Zoroark,
requires so many pieces that I just don't think Philip has right now. Getting Noctowl out of
Yeah.
active, Pikachu into active with at least Sparkling Crystal into...
even if you're not attacking with it, maybe it could buy you a
Oh,
turn.
sure.
There are so many outs. Seeing another 4, potentially 6 cards on Adam's side if he gets that last Zorua evolved there.
Yes.
Losing to a boss's orders, a Scoop Up Cyclone into that Meowth for a boss's orders, a Scoop Up Cyclone into a Monkey Dory and a Dark Energy to move the damage from that bench Zoroark over and break the Resolute Heart before an attack.
True. There's so many
All
outs
sorts
here.
of ways that Adam
He's
can get
just
through it, but it's just going to
passing.
be a pass.
And
A
then we're
push
just
with the
gonna
Petulant,
Yep.
and we're going to see just the
Mhm.
Rampaging Thunder for the game there.
Yep. He did prize Crystal. I was about to say, I was like, something's not adding up here. We're not e-switching this early and leaving ourselves just like down resources and just having to constantly reach higher and higher.
Yeah, definitely one of the weaknesses of these decks that are really built around
These toolbox
using-
decks, they got so many one pieces.
Yeah, and especially when it is something like your A spec, where the entire deck is built around using that. Oh my days! They finally did it. They finally grouped variants.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. And for everybody who's confused, we just looked at
We're
a
looking
day
at-
one analysis for Los Angeles, and Dragapult was
with a
32%.
32% share of day one, likely to go up for phase two, as we see a lot of the percentages
Yeah.
for these decks kind of concentrate in day two.
Yeah, they finally grouped them together. That's hilarious.
Definitely,
Because that's like we were saying earlier, there are 3 variants of Polt here with straight Polt, bomb Polt, and then chicken Polt,
chicken Polt.
Which is Blaziken.
Worm Polt too, if you count Dedun's.
Oh my God, there's 4. There's 4.
I don't know if anyone's still rocking the Zoroark Polt. I know
Tord did for a little
Tord
bit.
did
at
for
one
a little
point.
bit, as well as I think Gabe Fernandez played it for a
I
little
mean,
bit.
when you can just recon for like 6 cards a turn, right? Like see 6 cards, pick 3 of them. It's pretty good draw engine.
It is, yeah.
Especially post rotation.
I've even seen it being used as a draw engine for Mega Gardevoir. Offers you the draw. You set up with your I don't even remember the name of the attack. You accelerate.
The Mega Gardevoir, it accelerates all the
accelerates
psychic.
psychic. So
Yeah.
you set up all of your Dracloaks to have a psychic on them, so they're just 1 energy away from swinging.
True. And if Guardy doesn't go down, you can just say, "Well, I'm gonna boss something."
Mega Symphonia, and I'll swing for 300.
Yep. True. It's kind of sickening if you.
Kind of
ask me.
sickening. I thought we were done with Gardevoir.
Yeah, for real. The acceleration just never ends.
All right, just over 13 minutes left in the round. Going to be a slightly longer break here after this time runs out in the round here, as our players will have to get ready for top cut, which does include the judges doing some quick deck checks to ensure that everything matches up with their list. All the sleeves are in their spots. And I think we did just get word that the down paired 3-1 did lose their match, meaning the 3-1-1s that all ID'd will be locked up for top cut.
We have an interesting top cut coming to you. I believe it is a Bolt, a Polt, a Team Rocket, and
What are you playing?
and mystery deck.
Hey, what do you want? What do you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I know what it is. And we're gonna
he doesn't want to reveal.
Nope, and we shouldn't. Let's keep the integrity of the game and get the viewers to come back and watch and see what our mystery 4th deck is.
Absolutely. So we're gonna pass it over to an intermission here and rejoin you all in our top 4 top cut.
Is on. We've
Yes.
got Clefairy on Walt's side
Cool.
and
Get the timer.
the little
set up real
spooter on
quick.
David's.
690 minutes, of course, is how long they get. Just kidding. 60.
This is going to be an interesting match. I'm not going to spill exactly what Walt's playing yet.
Something with a Clefairy in it.
Yeah, yep. But this is going to be fun to watch because these are.
Also, you can spill. We're on the desk. They can't hear us.
Oh, I guess you're right. So Walt is playing some kind of slop Kangaskhan Bouffalont deck. And he's got things like the Articuno to like auto win like a Zam or like just really lock people out of a game.
So
But it is a slot box per se, but it's like a thick Kanga slot box.
Interesting.
Yes, definitely an off meta deck for sure. And with David here being on Team Rocket, we've also got kind of like a meta deck, but like kind of on the lower end of meta decks, I suppose,
Yeah,
right?
a deck that definitely has a lot of power, but just lacks the consistency to really be a top
True.
meta deck.
Yes, yep.
As we're going to see, David setting up here on the first turn has that Team Rocket Proton. Of course, David being the top seed heading in with the new tournament rules, able to choose to go first and thus be able to use that really early Team Rocket's Proton to get set up.
And here, I think we might see, yep, there it is. Walt's a spec of choice. Just being able
Precious
to,
Trolley.
just being able to, you know,
Get the Kangs, get the Boofs, get the
Yep.
Latios, get
get
everyone involved.
everything. Yeah.
And with Walt going second with that Precious Trolley, we might be able to see the Kangs, see the Boofs, and get to see Walt's favorite little inclusion, the Smoochum there, with its lovely kiss. Was it lovely or delightful kiss?
I think it's delightful.
Let's double check. Let's
Okay.
make sure we're saying the right one. Wouldn't want to get this attack name wrong, as it is the delightful kiss of the Smoochum.
Such a delight. And here we go. Just you named it the exact point state. Starting Clefairy here is really not great, though. It's just kind of a useless kind of card in the match, unfortunately.
Yeah, you don't love it.
No.
Definitely one that's just going to kind of gum up the bench and also
Also,
offer a two prize liability.
yeah, enlighten
over
me.
to
What
David's side.
exactly is the delightful kiss again?
The delightful kiss lets you, if I'm recalling correctly, searches your deck for a psychic energy and attaches it to one of your benched Pokemon,
Pretty cool.
kind of fulfilling the role that otherwise would have been filled by Team Turbo Energize, as there is the delightful kiss.
It's 2.
2 energy searched out onto there. Hal, gives you your best delightful kiss.
Mwah.
Delightful. I'll have to say.
I hope Walt appreciates that.
We get all of that energy loaded up onto the Kangaskhan.
It's
getting
just
it
30
ready
HP
to
Turbo
swing into
Energize.
Yeah.
What's really funny here is, though, even though he evolved the Spide Ups, the Tarantula could have knocked out the Smoochum if it wanted to.
It could have, yeah.
Ooh, we are going to punch Kang here.
Just putting on the pressure.
Yeah.
Also, have to imagine it's because we don't have the energy for the Spide Ops to be able to take the knockout on the Clefairy or the Latios. So if you're going to punch anything, might as well be the Kang.
Yep, and that would be a punch for what, 120? Because of the. No. Is it 100? Yeah, 100.
Yes, 100
because
as a
of the
160 minus 60 from the curly wall.
Uh-huh.
As with 2 of those Bouffalants on the bench, all damage done to your basic normal Pokemon by non-normal Pokemon is reduced by 60.
I think Wall would have liked to have seen the Smoochum go down here.
Actually, is it by non-normal Pokemon, or is it just your normal Pokemon takes?
And we just ice creamed it off.
I think I was getting mixed up in my head there with Terrapago CX.
It's like
just
your
all
basic.
60 less.
Yeah, but it's to his, I think, basic normal Pokemon.
Basic normal. Yep.
Or just normal. Yeah, basic normal, I believe. Yeah. And we are going to boss. So we've seen a Jumbo ice cream just get this thick guy way down.
Yep, healing off 80 of that 100 damage that
Effectively,
was dealt in.
Mewtwo did not punch last turn.
Mm-hmm. You can see Pokegear.
I love to
looks
see
like
a-
a whiff on the Pokegear there.
I
Not
love
able
to see a
find
deck like
supporter.
this do well. I really do.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Kangaskhan been kind of floating around the fringes of the meta for the past
It's-
couple of formats.
It's pretty much just relevant in Raging Bolt right now for the most part if we're talking like meta relevant decks, I guess.
See an energy attached onto the Clefairy there.
And we're gonna roll some dice.
Let's see, at 2 heads here, we'll knock out the Mewtwo as it'll do 50 extra damage for each heads as we
And he
launch
throws
the
it at
die into
David.
David's lap there. First one's a
One.
heads.
No, it's tails.
Oh, is that a tails?
Yeah, we're
It looked
bad.
like a heads. All right. Well, first one's a tails.
Let's go.
200 damage onto the Mewtwo there. As bossing up this Mewtwo without energy, a very interesting spot to stick David in, as this Mewtwo with a retreat cost of 3, very hard to move out of the active.
Yep, I think
Not going to be able to be set up without a Team Rocket's energy plus an energy switch.
There's the pass.
And if he were to Giovanni, could only pull up something else, would not be able to punch that Kangaskhan. So it is just going to be a pass from David. Does not have the pieces to get this Kanga out of the active.
And I do want to mention, Walt is just sitting on an ice cream in hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if David doesn't do like the extra damage, he's just gonna ice cream it off again.
Even if he does 220,
Yeah.
once you take that off, you're still only 160.
For sure, for
If
sure.
there's a, which does stack to a 2-hit KO,
Mhm.
I guess. As we don't have the bench space for a Monkey Dory at the moment. But yeah, not really meaningful damage sticking onto the Kangaskhan there.
This deck looks extremely fun to play. I mean, just giving me a throwback to playing old thick Kanga.
Yep. Kangaskones.
Kangaskhan, like it.
My favorite
We're gonna
little
see an Archer here.
anecdote
It's pretty good.
with Team Rocket's Team Rocket's. There is a Team Rocket's Kangaskhan, but
Wrong side.
the Mega Kangaskhan was a tweet that I saw where somebody said, my opponent just looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Call me Ben and Jerry," and played 3 jumbo ice cream cones to heal his Kangaskhan.
Diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Are we calling a judge for things like that?
I don't know. Does that cross the line into like intimidation
It
against
might.
your opponent?
It might.
It might.
I can't really see what he's got here. A cipher.
Like how you're leaning to the side, like that's gonna like
It
let you
is. It's
see
helping.
to the side
It
of
is
his
helping
hand there.
me. It's kind of like when I turn down the radio in my car to make sure I don't miss my turn.
Yeah. Anything to improve that focus a little bit.
And Walt did get a pretty good hand from the Archer. He's got like Cipher, Night Stretcher. I mean, all great cards when King just draws 2.
Yeah, as we're going to see the Erasure Ball swing into Kangaskhan for 240 base, reduced down to 180 by those Bouffalants. Should be leaving Kangaskhan with, I think, 100 damage total. Though,
Like left to do.
200 damage on it as the initial 160 was cut to 100, then 80 of it was healed, leaving 20. And then this one, 240 minus 60 plus another 20. As we
He's
cipher
going to Cipher for
double
jumbo.
ice cream cone. Gonna be drawing those then off the run errand and completely undoing David's entire attack.
I think Walt should probably just rip the Ben and Jerry's.
Drop the Ben and Jerry's line. If there was ever a time.
You should just flop them on the board.
Run errand, takes him to the hand. There's the ice creams. Gonna just heal all that damage right up.
I'm sure David was like, what's happening? And what is
Should
Kang
be-
at right now?
If I'm counting right, should be 40 damage left on the Kangaskhan.
Oh, okay. So like not even Erasure Ball again is getting knocked out.
No.
No, of
A
course not.
fully powered Erasure Ball will only be swinging for 220.
And we're just swinging, and we're just rolling
Yep.
tails today too, I guess.
getting in there. The tails definitely not where you want to be, but the heads are really more of an upside than anything. As to make sure that this deck, functions, you got to have a strategy that works even when you're flipping tails.
For sure. And like I said, Walt would really like to see a Monkey Dory on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where, as you mentioned, starting at Lily's Clefairy really does become less than ideal, as sort of 4 of your bench spots are sort of non-negotiable between the Smoochum, the Latios, and the Bufalance.
Correct.
So having the Clefairy taking up that last spot and not a Monkey Dory really is less than ideal.
I'm definitely building this. I have all the cards. I just love anything that plays 4 ice cream. I remember when ice cream came out, I immediately built Mega Kang and put four ice cream in
Oh,
it.
absolutely. Boy, do I have the deck for you then. Crussell, also a very well-known user of Jumbo Ice Cream.
Yeah. I really hope I'm not down bad enough to build that and start grinding with that.
If you're really, if Crussell's really causing a problem on your side, you can always switch the ace spec of your deck to the Megaton Blower and just discard all of that guy's special energy. Take it
That's
all
actually
off the board.
nice. Yeah.
All it takes is your ace spec slot.
A small price.
A small price. Playing an ace spec that's
Will make-
useless into 90% of matches.
Just to catch the 3%, 5% matchup.
And you know what? It's worth it.
It's totally
Anything to
worth
make sure Crussell players
it. Yeah.
lose out.
We've both played Crustle variant decks. In the
Yeah, I've
past.
won a cup with Crussell here at GLG before.
Yeah, I made
Uh,
top cup with a Mega Kang Absol Crustle.
And they're calling it the most fraudulent cup win of all time.
Probably.
As I bubbled into top 4 off of a 3-2 record and then won out with Crussell.
Yeah, Austin wasn't too happy.
He
He took it in good spirit.
he took it in stride. He's a champ.
Yeah. So
Have to imagine it did not feel great though.
no.
The highlight of that cup, I think, for me was pairing Philip on Slow King and prizing my Mega Absol. And he's all one prizers, so you can't go with the Crussell route. So it was a luxurious Cape Eveltal attacking with Dark Feather for 110
Wow.
on repeat. That got it done there.
Wow. The things we do. So to
Jump back to the game here.
Yep, I think we had an Erasure Ball from David here to do. I think he was doing the 240 or whatever it is, 220.
220.
280
I
minus
think it was
60.
only. It might have only been one that we see discarded here.
Okay, so that would be
As it does look
220,
like
so
we're
160.
somewhere in the hundreds range on the Kangaskhan. Might have just swung for 100 and chose to preserve the energy on the Spidops. So it could be at 140 on the Kang here. We're going to see a Cypher to draw a couple more cards here for Walt. Obviously, this rapid fire combo going to be able to take the knockout with Mewtwo only having 80 HP left on it. Pick up 2 more prize cards
he
for
could
Walt.
also have the. Can the Clefairy knock it out here? The Clefairy could knock it out here.
Definitely, yep.
Yep,
The
we are
full
going to
moon
see that.
rondo going to be swinging
And I
for
think
a-
that's probably a wise decision because it's much better to force him to have to support her for the 3 prizers, and if he does have to take the Clefairy, it leaves room for the Monkey Dory to start healing in other avenues.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, trying to get the Clefairy off of the bench so you can hopefully eke this Kangaskhan up out of range of another Mewtwo or Spidops attack.
Is Sacred Ash to hand or to deck? It's to deck, isn't
It
it?
is to deck. It is shuffle 5
I see.
Pokemon from your discarded deck.
Okay.
So we're going to see the Mewtwo get shuffled in and then immediately searched back out with the Team Rocket's Proton. Grabbing, looks like, also a Team Rocket's Tarantula, as well as potentially just another Mewtwo here. Don't think we really have much reason to bring out the Articuno. Actually, just going to be a couple of Tarantulas opting not to grab the Mewtwo. Kind of makes me wonder why
Is
he chose
Mewtwo
to...
under the?
Nope.
No. Yeah, he is.
Is he?
Yeah, isn't that it right there?
I think that's the top edge of the Tarantula. So I think I saw him put the Mewtwo in, and then it was sitting
Other
on the
diagonal
top
card
face.
like
of the...
that.
Oh, yeah, that was kind of blending in with the playmat
It is,
there.
yep, he's
yeah,
definitely
Okay,
in
so
there.
that was the second Mewtwo on top of the deck there. So,
Okay.
yep, grabbing the Mewtwo.
Yeah, I mean it's unfortunate, but like you almost kind of need it.
You need something that can attack
Yes.
while potentially taking a hit from the rapid fire combo. And I do say potentially because that attack theoretically can do hundreds of damage.
For sure, for sure. Now that begs the question: should we have been attacking with Spidops this whole time?
It's an interesting question. I don't know how consistently we can establish multiple Spidops. And Spidops damage also going to be capped at 180, meaning after those...
With the Bangle, we're gonna do an extra 30, right?
An extra 30, yep. So 210, which is going to get cut down to 150 by those Bouffalants. So
Yes.
making less progress than swinging with the Mewtwo, but there could be an argument for it, as David's going to take 2 prize cards,
Yep.
taking down that Lily's Clefairy here.
And there's the monkey attach. I want to see 30 come off of this Kang.
And so you get moved over onto Mewtwo there.
Yeah. Yep. I think I was just gonna
Oh,
say
right,
that I think I'd
Mimikyu.
like it better on the Mimikyu.
So I thought I'd seen the Mewtwo indicated, but yep, I do like it
Yeah.
on the Mimikyu, as now if there's any damage left over on Walt's side of the board, it does threaten to just take the last prize card once this Spidops has been knocked out by the rapid fire combo here.
Mm-hmm.
Also, still though, an argument to move it to the Mewtwo, as then if Kanga does survive the turn, the Mewtwo then only needs 1 heads rather than 2 to be knocked out by the rapid fire combo. So an argument for it, but I do like the moving of it onto Mewtwo. The question here is, are we just knocking out this Spidops?
I'd like to see a boss on the Mewtwo here if we have it, but if not, yeah.
Yep, just going to be the rapid fire combo. I have to imagine if we had the boss for the Mewtwo, we would have gone with the 30 damage over onto the Mewtwo and just boost our odds of winning on the spot by 25%.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to see the Transceiver come down from David. Got to assume we're looking at a Team Rocket's Archer here to disrupt that hand over on Walt's side.
What do we got
find us
damage
some new
down for
cards.
Kang? What do we got for health?
Looks like less than 100, given that we've got 2 dice marking it there.
Okay, Archer
So-
can be risky if we don't have attach on Mewtwo.
Yep, we're going to need to find both Team Rocket's energy and energy switch to be able to set up this Mewtwo to attack this turn. Question is, are we going to be able to find those pieces?
Did we see what supporter he took off the Transceiver? Was it Archer?
I did not see.
Probably going to get another spider here. Yep.
Yep, you can grab the Spidops so that he is able to power up, and actually does need another Spidops here in addition in order to be able to find the knockout, in addition to the Team Rocket's energy and the energy switch, as you got to have 2 energy on the bench to discard with the erasure wall. This all assuming there's 80 damage on the Kangaskhan. To be able to get that full power erasure wall for 220 after the curly wall reduces it down.
Yes, a tall ask, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of pieces. As it would also need 3 basic energy in the discard, which I think we've got in there.
Yes.
But I don't know for sure.
So here we're just going to see a fail of the Transceiver. We're in Ariana here.
Okay.
We got to see more cards. That's what I was wondering. I see that there's no attach, so like Archer would have been extremely risky. But this might also seal the game up for Walt.
Yep, both of them going to see five cards here. We get
We'll
the
see
Team
2
Rockets
more.
factory. We'll see 2 more.
Mm-hmm.
All depends on whether we have those pieces in the hand. Looking there, I see a basic energy. I'm not seeing
We
the Team
really-
Rockets energy in David's hand.
Yeah.
We've got, looks like a bunch of supporters in the
And we're going to
Articuno,
see the scoop here. David sees the writing on the walls.
as these players are going to head into game number 2 here in this best of 3 top cut.
No, I did the
We'll go
first
ahead
delightful
and
kiss. I think you're going to have to do the
throw
second
these
one.
up here. Oh boy, if we see it come
if
down.
Walt rips the delightful kiss,
Well,
yeah,
I mean, I think it's only fair.
it is only fair.
We're going to go ahead
Give the
and
people what they want.
get the scores reset here as these players set up for game 2.
Also, for our viewers here at home, there was almost like a mid 30 to 40% meta share of Team Rocket decks here. Of the
Really?
of the 16 people, there was like 5 Team Rocket decks.
Wow.
And my round 1, I was playing a Team Rocket, and like everybody was playing against a Team Rocket deck.
Wow.
Like there were 3 Rocket decks at the table I was at.
Team Rocket out in full force at GLG.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyone who's familiar with GLG knows that our owner Ben has a concerning affiliation with the villainous organization.
Yes.
So maybe that's got something to do with it.
Might explain a lot.
Might have to look a little deeper into that.
We see Walt shaking his hand furiously as he does not like what he sees, and wouldn't
It's gonna
either.
be a Bouffalant, a bunch of energy, and a Crispin. Monkey Dory off the top, not really doing the hand any favors.
No. And we do see David taking second. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yes, David taking second. Interesting. Opting, though the deck does like to go first to get that proton off,
are we
taking
slowing
away.
down the Kang deck by going second?
I think so. I think we're
Okay.
taking away that that turn 2, or rather turn 1, going second. Petrol for the trolley, and then the Smoochum.
Because probably, he can set up going first and going second, but it's more detrimental to make Walt have to like go through a whole turn and then like do the delightful kiss
Yeah, I think
all
so.
over again.
I think that's the idea, trying to just slow down their development a bit. As we're going to see Petrol for the secret box here, and see a whole host of Pokemon get discarded from the secret box, as we're going to go ahead and search out an item, a supporter, a tool, and a stadium.
So he petroled for the secret box and then used what he petroled as fodder for the secret box. Or no, he petroled for the secret box. I'm sorry.
No. Yep.
They were in hand.
Yep, bunch of Pokemon in the hand.
I'm
Going to be
thinking
the Team
Proton.
Rockets factory. Very likely going to be the Brave Bangle, as I don't know that the deck plays any other tools.
Yep.
The Ariana to draw a whole bunch of cards on the next turn. And as far as an item, might be something like the bug catching set. I don't know if he plays a Poffin in here to get some Tarantulas out. Not really a ton of super influential items in the Team Rockets deck, because it is going to be a bug catching set to hopefully look for some more of these basic Pokemon here.
I see. Yeah, I guess this is the best way of getting a board set up when you have to petrol for the box.
Yep, as using that supporter is going to lock you out of Team Rocket's Proton. The downside of your main Pokemon search being a supporter is that you have to rely on a little less consistent items like the bug catching set.
I think the card is a little fraudulent, in my opinion.
Really, not a fan of the bug set.
No, I am not. I mean, like, there's certain lists where, like, sure, it's like okay, but just like Tatsugiri, just like Pokegear, just like a lot of these. Look at the top 5, top 7.
Look at the top 7 cards of your
Yes.
deck, then shuffle your deck.
And shuffle your deck.
As it looks
correct.
like that is what we're going to see here, as the bug catching set going to whiff.
Yeah.
Really a card that needs kind of a critical mass of grass energy and
Yep.
grass Pokemon. And I don't know if Team Rockets is quite there,
No,
at least in
probably
my
not.
opinion.
Probably not, but when it hits, it's probably great. You know what I mean? That
Oh,
whole,
yeah.
that whole gambling side of it. But like I said, I thought the card was a little fraudulent. It's a little fraudulent here. So
Yeah, as we're gonna
with
see
out a spider hitting the board, this is not where David wants to be.
not where you want to be, but also not where Walt wants to be. Actually,
I
we're
think
gonna see
Walt
the
is
petrol
fine.
off the
Yep,
top, and
yes.
suddenly everything is fine.
He had it. He
As
had it in his
the precious
hand.
trolley is not prized. You can
Correct,
see Walt
correct.
celebrating
So
that a
your
little bit
time
there.
to shine is coming here.
We're gonna grab the King, the Smoochum, the Latios, presumably, as well as another Bouffalant.
Yep.
Actually, Walt, I
Did
need the
he?
Staryu.
Yep. He has a line in there. He has the
Mm.
Star You Star Me line. That's why it is quite literally a
Interesting.
thick slop box. This is something to behold.
Now, what is that in there for? Is it just in there as an aggressive
Probably a
attack
cross
answer, or is it your
probably a
Crustle
cross
answer?
answer.
Okay.
Yeah. It's probably a cross
Interesting.
answer. Because you would
I'm a
assume
bit
that the deck
surprised
kind
to
of
not
crumbles.
see the Megalopony as the attacker of choice, given that the Starmie does require water energy to use its first attack, so you're just really committing to the second attack.
I
for
think
the
it's
corner,
just
the answer.
it's only hitting the board in that circumstance, really. I think Walt is just taking it here to thin the deck, I believe. So with only one boof on the board, I do believe.
Notably, no Latios coming down off of the trolley.
Ooh-wee.
Are the other Bouffalants and Latios all prized?
It's
Actually, we do have a switch in the hand. So we are able to switch
okay.
into that. And also, notably, Walt there drawing 2 cards off Team Rocket's factory,
Yep.
having played a Team Rocket's
Yep.
Petrol for
He
the
did
turn.
that. He did that to David last game as well.
As we're going to see the Delightful Kiss coming through, searching 2 energy out onto that Kangaskhan, giving it the gift of energy acceleration and saying, "Mwah,
It was
go forth and conquer."
It was beautiful, Jake.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Really tried to set that one up.
I think you did. You might take the cake with that one. And we'll see that the king is fully set up now. We've got Staryu ready to go.
As the Ariana coming down on David's side, drawing more cards, trying to find those basics. Gonna be the Team Rocket's factory, drawing another 2 cards there for him. Finds one of the tarantulas.
Yep.
And the bug catching
My
set coming
favorite
through
card.
again. Let's go gambling. 7 cards off the top. Looking for grass Pokemon or grass energy. Looks like we are going to hit this time. Find
Let's
a couple of
go.
tarantulas.
Might not be as fraudulent. Maybe like a 50%.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah. When it finds double baby
60%
spiders.
of the
pretty good.
time, it works.
Yeah.
Every time.
Oh, yeah. Definitely an interesting match this time where both players are kind of struggling to set their board up the way that they would like to. I think it is safe to say, though, that this Smoochum is going down.
Yeah, no, the Smoochum is about to eat an erasure ball straight to the dome by the looks of things. Not going to be surviving that one, as
We see a double brave attached
Walt's
here. Yeah.
Walt's bench suddenly, with the Smoochum gone, looking like, I mean, a very
He
surprised-
passed.
actually just going to pass. Doesn't want to open up the bench space to allow another Bouffalant to come down.
I think I like that. But
I think I
even
like
if
that
we-
as well, because with those 2 monkeys down, if that Bouffalant hits the board, you are doing no damage.
yep, we should recognize though that there is nothing that David can do to Oko this Kang. Period.
Yes, without running a tool like the Maximum Belt for the
Yep.
Mewtwo, nothing to bump its damage that extra 20.
And we do see that he is playing the water energy for the Staryu.
Ooh, okay, yeah, with the Crispin in the list, able to search out the water energy to enable the Starmie.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if we're going to see the Mega Starmie evolve here and go for the Jetting Blow to do 50 to the bench and just blow one of these tarantulas right off the board,
Maybe you could see that.
as well as setting up Mewtwo to be KO'd by a follow-up rapid-fire combo.
No,
But
we're gonna
nope,
see
just going to see the
here.
retreat into the Kang.
We really need to see some dark energy here.
And I think that this makes sense. I think that the Starmie still kind of presents the threat of KOing the bench on a following turn, using something like Monkey Dory to move damage over onto this Mimikyu, which can't evolve out of range like the Tarantulas, and threaten to shoot through and take a prize card there on a later turn. Now, what would be really neat to see here, as I hit my head on the speaker behind me, would be if David happened to have some unexpected way of boosting his damage, something like a Black Belt's training to,
True.
or a Kieran even to get his damage above. But none of that would matter
Yeah, one
if
heads.
Walt flips double heads here. As he gets one heads here would get damage as
And it's
that
a
is a tails. Swinging for 250 onto the Mewtwo.
It can't be that easy, Walt. It can't be that easy.
Gonna have to work for it, buddy. So we see one of those Tarantulas evolve up here on David's side of the board. You'll manually attach from the hand to it.
I'm very
there.
interested to see what Walt's prizes were, because we did note that he crispined the turn and got the attach to the Staryu, but that makes me question, where was the dark energy for a manual attach to Monkey?
Yeah, or another psychic energy to just get it somewhere else on the board,
Correct.
potentially, even on.
So I'm wondering what
Monkey.
Walt's prizes are like right now. He's
Yeah,
clearly
I wonder
prized
if
a
there's
Buffalon, and if he's prized like potentially all of his dark energy.
potentially the Buffalon, potentially the Latios, potentially, yeah, maybe like 2 dark energy if that's what he runs.
Because he
and
really
the rest of that psychic energy might just be in the hand, because we
Yep.
did see a lot of it in the hand there.
Yeah, so if he crispin for literally just water energy for attach for turn and expensive E search, you know, he might have prized every dark energy.
Yeah, might need to see some knockouts come through here before Walt is able to get those Monkey Dories online.
So we do see just a punch into Kang. I believe we did discard the damage with the Spidops. We see the Starmie coming in right here. And because we did 250, we could see a 3-prize turn here if we can somehow accelerate energy to the Starmie.
The trouble here would be getting this Kangaskhan out of the active.
Yep,
Because we
that's true.
do lack that Latios.
That is true.
We could see, if he has another switch in the deck, we could see a Cypher Maniacs for a switch.
Yep. Although we could just double Ice Cream again.
True.
Looking pretty good.
Ice Cream looking delectable.
And I think that's
As-
exactly
that's
what
the
we're going to
line.
see again.
Turning Cypher Maniacs essentially into a supporter that just says heal your active Pokemon for 160.
Essentially in this deck, yes. Yep.
Pretty good.
It is pretty good. You want to know what would be a cool card to see in a deck like this too?
Hmm.
Would be like Acerola as well.
Yeah, something
Like,
like that.
pick
too.
something other than the Kangaskhan to deny damage.
Especially playing these big 3-prize Pokemon,
Mm-hmm.
being able to potentially make one of them invulnerable on your opponent's turn and deny them from being able to find a line that would win the game if they're down at 3 prizes.
The good old Cypher 2 cards immediately to your hand here, as we witnessed in real time. I've definitely been there and done that.
Little shortcut. Both players know where those
Yep.
cards are ending
Yep,
up.
yep. And here we're just going to see you actually didn't do extra damage. I think here Walt's setting up the Starmie the long way, just recognizing that he's going to have a hard time rebuttaling after this Kang goes down, because this Kang is going down in this game this time.
Yep, and I wouldn't hate seeing just the full hard manual retreat of the Kangaskhan here to go into the Starmie. Just
Me
really
too.
protect those prize cards, get into the other threat here and just start manually reattaching to the Kangaskhan.
And we are
So that
going
it
to
can
see
come back
that.
up once it's ready. As yep, we're going to go into the Starmie here. See a double knockout.
Let's see what he takes off these prizes.
3 prize
Yep,
cards.
there's
There's
a
the
dark energy.
energies.
Yep. I saw at least one. Did
Looked
we
like,
see the other buffalo?
It looked like there were 2
It
energies.
was
It looked like a
Latias.
psychic
I
and
see
a
the
dark energy.
okay, so he pulled Latias dark as well because the Latias is in hand.
So next turn, going to have that dark available to get the Monkey Dories to work. Them to start working on moving this damage from the Kangaskhan back over to David's side of the board.
I'm going to see the Sacred Ash come down and just get a bunch of resource that David would like to have back.
Yep. Put those back into the deck so that they can be pulled back out to start replenishing the board, as Rockets really needs a lot of Pokemon on board to function at its maximum potential.
Yes.
Mewtwo unable to attack unless you have at least 4 Team Rockets Pokemon in play, and Spidops doing damage based on your number of Team Rockets Pokemon in play. So
Yep, it is a real resource heavy deck needing to have all these prerequisites, if you will, to do top damage, attack in general, things like that.
see the Proton come and search these Pokemon that got Sacred Ashed into the deck right back out. As well as the Team Rockets Articuno. I don't think there are a ton of attack effects in Walt's deck that this is going to shut down. Though if we end up in a spot where Walt needs to try to buy a turn with Mind Bend, this will prevent the confusion. So
I think at this point it doesn't really like it being on the bench just doesn't really like stop or change anything that David has to do.
I think
Just
it's
kind of thinning the deck.
Yep, I think it's thinning the deck. I think it's getting a Pokemon in play for your Spidops and for your Mewtwo. And notably, it's a Pokemon that is not weak to this Jetting Blow from the Starmie.
True.
As if that were a Tarantula or another Mimikyu, you're risking it going down to the combination of Adrenaline Brain plus Jetting Blow, or just the Jetting Blow itself. We're going to see the Spidops powering up the manual attach of the Team Rocket's energy to that Mewtwo. If David doesn't have an energy switch, we're not going to be able to attack this turn. We might just see a pass.
Yep, I think, yep.
Retreating into the Mewtwo.
And walling with Mewtwo? Or is that the switch I saw? I think here we have some confusion on...
Looks like may have changed his mind about where he wanted to go with that, but has already moved the Mewtwo up there. An E-switch onto the Team Rocket's Mewtwo.
Excuse me.
Or maybe he was asking if he had already used the powering up of the Spidops, the ability. As we're going to see the Erasure Ball come through here, discarding only 1 energy.
We do
So
top deck a
swinging
boss.
for 220 damage.
Yep.
Now, Articuno's got how much? 130 HP or
Yep.
110? 130. So out of range of a boss's orders plus Adrenabrain for 2 prize cards.
I think right here would be really nice as a boss on the Mewtwo with no energy, and then move the 30 to the Mimikyu so the Jetting can do the 122 active and then pick off a prize. The rebuttal is going to be hard just having to sack the energy from the King in general. And we're going to see it actually
You're
on
going to see the boss
Articuno.
on the Articuno.
Interesting, which maybe could be pretty good here. Move
Maybe-
30.
Just to see where this goes. Could go
You
to
know,
the Mimikyu, take the
it's-
pick up the KO on the bench Pokemon.
I think it has to. Yeah.
I think so. Yep. Gonna be moving that over there. And the Jetting Blow.
It's got 120 health.
Okay.
Okay.
Gonna be picking up 2 prize cards for Walt there with the Jetting Blow.
Mm-hmm.
Taking him down to his final prize card. Just one prize card away from locking up this game and moving on to the finals. The Starmie sitting there with now 190 damage on it, I believe, with its 330 total health.
Yep.
330, 340, 330, I think. So definitely in range of another Erasure Ball from Mewtwo.
Just getting confirmation that Zach has won the other game, so we'll be Dragapult in the finals against the winner of this match here.
And David, with all 6 prize cards remaining, have to imagine Walt's feeling pretty comfortable in this one here.
Within reason, Walt's rebuttals are going to get really hard here, I think. I can't really think of how he's setting up again, potentially having to smooch him again.
Yep, 3 prize cards going over to David here. And
Think I'd like to see it.
Kangaskhan on the bench with a lot of damage on it is
Yep, I think I'd like to see
precarious.
We can confuse the active Mewtwo. We know that there's a bunch of Giovannis left in the deck.
Yep, I think I would maybe like to see going into the Smoochum.
Or the Kang.
But we
because
don't
the
have
Latias-
access to that other. I don't know if we have access to that other dark energy. Looks like we do have it in the hand.
We do have a Latias in hand as well, so I think it would have.
Would have maybe liked to see promoting the Smoochum, going into getting the dark on the other Monkey Dory and using Smoochum to get the energy there. But remembering now, actually, from the Crispin, there might not be any more psychic energy in the deck for the Smoochum to accelerate onto the Kangaskhan.
Yep, we do have a dark energy in hand, like you said. There is a psychic in hand here. Energy placement is going to be very important here.
You see a Pokegear looking for a supporter to find us some help on this turn. Can't see exactly how much damage is on that Kangaskhan. If double Adrenabrain can get us out of range of the Erasure Ball, but with the energy on the bench, actually, with Giovanni being able to pull it up off of the bench.
There's an E-switch.
There's an E-switch. Anything more than 20 damage on that Kangaskhan, or anything more than 90. Anything more than 90? No, what am I saying? Anything more than 70 leaves it vulnerable, even after a double Adrenabrain, excuse me, leaves it vulnerable to a fully powered Erasure Ball.
Yes.
There's going to be an E-switch there.
Do we just have 60 onto active Mewtwo Clefairy for game here?
Switch on. We would need a double E-switch.
Okay. And confusion.
Yeah, can be confusion on the Mewtwo. So where did that E-switch?
E-switch came from the petrol.
Ah, yes, it was
He
petrol
petroled
off
for
the
the
Pokegear.
E-switch,
Yeah,
yep.
petrol for the E-switch. I knew there was a step in between that I was missing. There was the Pokegear, and then there was an E-switch. And I was a little lost as to how
He got it too.
you get there.
The Geo.
The Giovanni picking up the game for David.
Now, would ice cream would have stopped that or no? No, because
No,
it would have been
'cause
at 260. It had
Also with
120.
Also with the ice cream, only on a Pokemon with 3 or more energy attached.
That's
so
right, that's right,
Kangaskhan,
that's
after the manual retreat, not able to be ice creamed. Really seeing the
Just goes to show you.
Latios being prized, really having some long-term ripple effects that made that game a lot more difficult for Walt.
Just goes to show you too with these box decks, like needing when you just prize some of these cards, your deck will just stop functioning as it needs to. You know, we saw how detrimental it was that he prized one of the Buffalo, one of the Latias. You know, the Dark Energy deck couldn't function.
Yep, when you're fitting all of those into there. When you're trying to fit a bunch of stuff into the deck so that you have all of these options, you end up spread pretty thin, and the prize cards can absolutely turn that against you.
And we do have 15 minutes to close out this game.
We're going to go ahead and set up for game 3 here. Have to imagine Walt's choosing second here and see if David has this out to Team Rocket's Proton on turn 1. Rocket's deck's so much more powerful when you do have access to that kind of setup on your first turn. And he's just got the secret box.
It's just built different. He's just built different, you know?
And secret box with a Proton to throw away to boot. Going to be able to search out, have to imagine, going to be the Proton, going to be the Factory, going to be the Bangle, and probably going to be the bug catching set. Actually, just going to be the Transceiver, so that after this Proton's used, can go ahead and find himself something like Team Rocket's Ariana for next turn.
Any supporter of choice, really.
Any Team Rocket supporter.
Why?
Choice.
Yeah, yep. And you can even have your backup supporter from the box.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're gonna use the current
going for
one.
the Proton this turn. Hold the Transceiver for next turn, because maybe
you want
maybe
Archer?
somehow they find some sort of Crispin Clefairy knockout, and you want to go into Archer.
Sure, yeah.
So we see over on Walt's side as he looks at the hand there, a couple of Petrels in the hand, going to be able to grab the Precious Trolley if it's not prized.
Yep, and if we Petrol for no trolley, are we just scooping it up? I think
Petrol for no trolley after your opponent opens Raw Secret Box turn 1 is definitely one that you're going to feel deep in your soul.
Yes. Because he's like, hey, here's my A-Spec, where's yours?
Right. Yeah, the Mewtwo in the hand for David. The Team Rockets Factory going to draw some extra cards. The one thing that could be better for David this turn is energy, as we see no attachment on the turn and no energy discarded from the secret box, meaning there's no energy in the discard for the Team Rocket Spydops. And oh no. Oh no! Oh, it's not there. Oh, it's not there. Disaster striking here.
Nobody clicked what I said.
In the 11th hour, as Walt has prized his precious trolley, meaning his setup is just going to be so much harder.
Bad. Like the hand is dead.
Oh,
the hand is absolutely dead.
And there's not even Nest Ball or anything in the format, so you can
Nest Ball who?
Even go get your Kangaskhan.
Oh wow.
I don't even know. With a deck like this, I'm not, super familiar with everything else that's in there. I don't know if we have like a Mega Signal to grab the Kanga. I don't know if we have maybe a Cyrano for the next turn.
Why are we even grabbing the Kanga if we can't even get board set up? It's not like the Buffalo's moving out of the active.
I don't know if maybe if the deck had a Cyrano to search out, you go grab the Latios and the Kanga.
We have Ultra Ball.
All right. Petrol for the Ultra Ball.
Feels pretty bad.
Looking at discarding that other Petrol. That guy is not doing much in there.
Oh.
Discarding
this might be a little bit biased. I really wanted to see this thick slop in finals. I really did.
I think anytime there's a kind of off-the-wall sort of deck, you want to see it do well. It's only natural. As we're going to see the Ultra Ball come out here and pull out the Kanga. We do know that, actually, I think we saw, does Walt have a switch in hand? No, I think I'm getting that confused. We saw that as he was going through the deck. So might just be waiting for this Bouffalant to get knocked out before we can start running errands. David was nice enough as to give Walt the Team Rockets Factory, so going to be able to draw a couple extra cards from that.
A gift.
He could just draw exactly what he needs, right?
It could just be switch Smoochum.
It could, you could just draw Latios Smoochum. It's always possible. Psychic Energy, Dark Energy. Neither of those doing a whole lot here. Just going to be the manual attach onto the Kangaskhan and a pass from Walt. Thinking about the Pokey here. Thinking about it. Playing it, not playing it, playing it.
I think you should hold it for one more turn, but...
I don't think it makes too much of a difference.
No, it doesn't, but you want to see +1, right? +1, and then but we're just gonna go ahead and put them back in the
Yep.
deck because, like,
Shuffle them back. Another of these. Look at the top 7 cards and then shuffle your deck.
look at the top 7, whiff, and then shuffle your deck.
Yep.
We
Really just not able to catch a break here.
his hand is turbo dead.
Yep.
It is turbo dead.
Looks like
He is clapping with excitement.
cheering into the camera. Looks like we've got a petrol, 2 energy, and an ice cream in the hand. Not
The ice
going,
cream's never being used.
we are not going anywhere fast, and David is does not have a break in sight.
No, not a care in the world. Apparently 15 minutes was in fact enough time to close this third game.
Searching out the Ariana, gonna draw him just so many cards here. Don't know how many cards are in the hand there for David, but between the Ariana and the Factory, gonna be drawing a substantial chunk of the deck here.
Yep. And maybe it's just because I've played everything. I think I would have scooped if seeing my trolley was prized. I think I would have just been done with it.
Yeah, doesn't feel great. Gonna
No.
be 3 cards looks like there for David off the Ariana.
Plus the 2 from the
Plus the 2 from the Factory. Yep. Let's see, +5 this turn. Yeah, missing out on the trolley definitely feels bad. I think since you're in the top 4, you may as well play it out. Maybe somehow, luck can swing it back in your way, but it is disheartening to say the least.
Yeah, wouldn't be holding my breath if I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah. The pink card's pretty good.
The pink card's pretty good. We see what happens when we don't have access to the pink card. So, that's Pokemon for you.
That sure is. Draw the pink card, draw the lilies. If you're not doing that, what are you doing?
You're not even playing the game.
See the retreat into the Mewtwo. We know he has the energy switch in the hand already.
We're just going to get a knockout on the Buffalon. No need to discard anything.
Yep, knocking it out. Taking a prize card.
Draws another energy.
Takes another energy
so
off the
3
top.
energies in a row.
This run errands has the opportunity to do the
2
funniest
more
thing.
energy. Can you, if he has ciphers, he should cipher 2 energies to the top and run errands.
Now, Walt does get to see a lot of cards here between Run Errand and Petrol with the Factory.
He is shaking in anger from the things
more
he's drawing.
Pokemon off the top.
Clefairy and Latios, I think, or Kang.
Looks
It was
like a
Clefairy and
Kangaskhan.
Kang or something.
So
Yeah.
it looks like either Kang or Blood Moon, some kind of normal EX there. Maybe the Petrol.
I don't
Not
think
even
we're
sure
playing.
what trainer you search out here.
Yeah.
Like, do you just grab a Crispin for next turn? Maybe you grab an Ice Cream, because next turn your Kang will have 3 energy after it gets punched.
Yeah. I
really don't know what you can even search out here that's worth a whole lot of anything.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it's got to be some Crispin or Kang or the ice cream. Yeah.
Just give me the Crispin.
I think the writing's on the wall here.
I know he's
though.
already got the ice cream in hand, so maybe
He has 1, sure. Yeah.
figure is enough. But yeah, I don't know how you come back from this one. The start is just so slow.
Mm-hmm. And he's not even in a position to try to take this in overtime if the game doesn't resolve either.
Yep, as if it goes to fully through overtime, it'll come down to which player has less prize cards remaining.
Was that an ice cream?
There's an ice cream.
There's ice cream.
And it looks like the Psyduck as well. Not doing much in
Perfect
this
opportunity to bench Psyduck.
True. And going to be the pass. So David here with the opportunity to either just swing for big damage into the Kangaskhan, or if he has a Giovanni, just keep taking prize cards by pulling up this Clefairy.
Yeah. It's probably best to just take the Clefairy.
I think so.
I would assume just keep this ball rolling, keep this prize advantage going here. Because punching Kang could actually become problematic.
Yep. Gonna be the transceiver. Probably just gonna go looking for a Giovanni here and just keep taking prize cards, keep expanding the lead. Go down to 3 prize cards. No, gonna be the Ariana.
Okay.
Just gonna look for a punch on the Kangaskhan here, then I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I guess without any buffaloes, you're gonna, and no matter what, it's a 2-punch. Like, not even ice cream's gonna stop that, right?
Yep. Without the Bouffalance in the way, gonna be able to swing in for the full 280 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning it would take a heck of a lot to heal this Kangaskhan out of range of another one. Though, there is always the chance that Walt could flip 2 heads and take this Mewtwo off the board. And if there's not a strong attacker set up to respond on David's side, I mean, you've got those Spidops.
I think he's got
They're
it. Yeah.
functional attackers.
Yeah, I mean, I would just be floored if he whiffs it, but anything's possible. Anything's possible. I'm a Pokemon TCG.
With enough ice cream to heal up the Kang, plus a knockout on the Mewtwo, I wouldn't necessarily hate Walt's position.
Yeah, sure. Like Ben and Jerry's goes.
And it looks like we only had 1 energy in the discard, so it's just going to be an erasure ball for 1. So for 220, 120 of that getting immediately healed off by these jumbo ice creams, which Walt can't play yet before he attaches an energy. Looks like David pointing that out. Opting to attach the dark energy.
There
Can't
we
say
go.
I love that. He should be the psychic. I think we want to save those
Yep.
darks for the monkeys,
Yeah,
but I think Walt might be
maybe.
checked out of this one a
Sure.
little bit.
Yep.
So we're going to heal the Kang up. Back down to 60 damage on it. Which is out of range of a full-powered Rocket Rush from a Spidops with a Brave Bangle on it, notably.
Get the ice cream.
So
Get the ice cream.
a double heads here. Going to be the Night Stretcher.
Okay.
May have drawn a Bouffalant.
He
so
did.
Maybe,
He
okay.
did.
So rather than the ice cream healing 80, Bouffalant effectively healing 60
Sure. And the longevity here.
by setting up onto it.
I still would have really liked to have seen though somehow getting a monkey and crispening to getting an energy to the Kang and also getting a monkey on board, but
I think ideally, but I think you've got to make do with what you have, and I don't know
True.
if he had all those pieces in the hand.
true.
I do think that I would have liked to see the Psychic get attached there rather than the Dark, so that these Monkey Dories later on can potentially come through and start to threaten this Mimikyu. But ultimately, none of that's going to matter if Walt does not flip double heads right here, right now. And it looks like that's a tails right off the bat. 200. I think that's putting Walt at 1 for 5 for coin flips. 1 heads out of 5 flips.
Yeah, something like that. He got tails. He got 2 tails in a row.
2 tails, then he got a heads,
heads.
then a tails, and now a tails. So I think we're 1 for 5.
Yeah, yep.
Not as close to that 50%
don't know
mark
if-
as you'd really like to be.
Yeah, I don't know if we're Kangaskhan gaming right now.
Yep. Just everything going wrong. Opponent opens the secret box. Your precious trolley's prized. You flip tails on your rapid fire combo.
Just can't cut. It doesn't cut it. Doesn't cut it. And that just goes to show you with these trolley decks, you prize
Yep.
your trolley.
As we were saying, these decks built around a singular powerful ace spec that enables their strategy, rather than something like the stamp or the box that enhances an already functional strategy. When you then prize that ace spec, your deck kind of falls apart. On David's side here, it looks like it's going to be the petrol for the transceiver.
Just kind of locking up, I think, what is to be potential game here. Transceiver for the Giovanni on the Lilies Clefairy after.
Yep, I think so.
And I don't think with any form of hand disruption, the writing's just on the wall. 'Cause I think Spidops just automatically gets there with the bangle.
Yep. Do we know, was that energy on Spidops from the hand or from the discard? I think it was from the hand. So we're going to go into the discard here. No, not grabbing an energy for the powering up. So I think that one was from the discard. There we see one from the hand. As now the erasure ball able to swing for 220 Notably, not going to pick up the KO on Kangaskhan, as Kangaskhan should have 60 damage left on it. So only going to be 280 on the Kang.
All right.
So now, if all those ice creams are in the deck and Walt can find a Cypher Maniac...
We top deck energy.
Top deck energy. Can never have enough. Never have enough.
No, the amount of times Walt has drawn energy
Looks like
in
maybe
this match.
might be a Pokegear in the hand deeper in there for Walt, I might have seen.
I don't know if we want to see this king come down.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't love it.
I don't.
Ooh, I
would have
know.
liked. I would have liked to see some drawing or seeing some more things happen here.
As if our timer is right, the players should be moving to overtime here. It's going to be a Crispin. Searching out some energy onto the Kang there. Taking stock of what we have left. We have water and a psychic.
I'd really like to see Walt just hold the water energy just because. And attach the psychic.
Interestingly, the water energy lets that Team Rocket's Articuno attack in the Alakazam matchup. Maybe that's part of the reason that he plays the Starmie as the Crustle answer of choice.
Yeah. Actually, that makes perfect sense.
Gonna be the run errand. Well, maybe just planning on letting this Kang go down and then hoping the one in the back is able to tank through it.
Mm-hmm.
And that David is not able to find the Giovanni, but I don't know how we're going to prevent that when we know that David has that transceiver in hand.
Yep.
So we see another Mimikyu hit the bench.
And I think what David has done here is effectively said, you are not taking this in turns. The no benching of the Mewtwo eliminates, I believe it eliminates Walt's ability to take
prevents Walt from being able to jump ahead in prize cards, as David, with an attack here with the Spide Ups, despite the Curly Well's best efforts, is going to be able to find a knockout onto the Kang here, provided he has at least one energy in hand to enable one of these rocket rushing Spide Ups.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he has an energy switch there. Nope, there's the Giovanni. He's switching into Spide Ops. Might be just playing the Giovanni and just hoping to draw the energy off of the factory. Because I thought I saw him tip an energy switch from the hand there. But it may not have been.
There's a Team Rocket's energy right there.
Oh, yep, there's a Team Rocket's energy. The attach from hand has not come down yet. And we're going to see the Rocket Rush for 210 to knock out the Clefairy.
Mm-hmm.
Going down to 3 prize cards left. As Walt pushes up that healthy one. Going to be playing the Cypher Maniacs, looking through the deck here. Grabbing 2 cards, shuffling, putting them to the top. Those are going to go to the hand there after the run errands.
Lively Stadium.
Lively Stadium to increase the Kangaskhan's HP there, getting the energy attached. And just the rapid fire combo knocking out the Spide Ops here. promotes the Mimikyu, passes, as there, bumps the stadium with the Rockets Factory, attaches to the Spidops. Well, down to 3 prize cards. There's the Giovanni, going to bring up the damaged Kang, push up the Spidops, and going to be the rocket rush for the game. David advancing on to the finals with the Team Rockets Mewtwo.
Wow, yeah, I mean that just goes to show you, you know, with like I said, can't say it again enough. Like when you don't have access to this trolley,
Yep,
your game plan is going to be really, really tough.
definitely throws a wrench into your plans. And you know, maybe sometimes you can fight through that, but when your opponent opens their secret box going first, it really does not make it easy.
No, it doesn't. You know what? Walt did fight his way back out of that. I really thought he was just down.
He made it a lot closer
He did.
than you may have thought after seeing that first couple of turns.
Yep.
All right, well, we are going to go ahead and get set up for our finals and take a second here to grab some water, run to the bathroom, and give you all the opportunity to do the same. We will see you back here in a couple of moments for our final match. welcome back.
Who's in the chat?
It's just Joe.
No.
We've got the auto mod
Uh-huh.
and we've got Joe.
Wait,
So
really?
welcome back, Joe, to the finals of the GLG Cup here.
Hi, Joe. And we have Straight Polt versus Rockets.
Team Rockets. We have Layla on the broadcast too. Joe's the only person watching right now.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
I will help you next another time.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So we're going to see a
Man.
fresh 8 here from
Fresh-
the Lilies.
Fresh 8 cards. Notably, no turn 1 Proton from David, but 3 basic Pokemon on the board nonetheless. See, another Dreepy.
I love to see the 2 Roaring Moon mats as well.
Yeah. Rest in peace. Gone but never forgotten. Roaring Moon EX.
Do you check who's in? Jazzy said she was in there, but she doesn't have a...
It might just not show her up as a user in the chat then.
Yeah.
So I don't know with this extension if you can make it show like
Yeah, you're
the
good.
number of viewers.
Yeah, you're good.
I don't know.
I was
Still
just
very new to
curious.
OBS.
Yeah, I'm new to all this stuff. I don't really use Twitch like that too. So
Zach, getting into the Badoo, getting the itchy pollen online here to turn off David's items. And David, I have to assume that Proton came off the top here, otherwise we would have seen it last turn.
yes.
To search out the Mewtwo, the Articuno, and another Pokemon, maybe another Tarantula, maybe another Mewtwo. Gonna be another Tarantula.
Yep. Get these guys out now and then go looking for them later.
And
Just
you
gonna see another pass. Yep. You know, item lock will do that to you.
Mm-hmm. Now, the Articuno, Dragapult, one of the 2 matchups where that Articuno is really important, as these Tarantulas with 50 HP would be normally vulnerable to a Phantom Dive, taking them out from the bench. But the Articuno preventing them from having those effects of attacks done to them as long as they are basics.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be able to keep the bench safe here, even if Zach does find his way into a Dragapult while maintaining the item lock. See a Buddy Poffin for only 1 Dreepy, meaning the 4th is
Yep. We don't
potentially
want to.
prized.
We don't
or
want to
maybe we
clog
just don't
up the
wanna fill
bench space. Yep. We don't want to do that. We're gonna want that space open for the second monkey or a Meowth if we're really down bad or anything like that. The
Makes
three
sense.
Dreepies will be good enough.
Lily's determination here going to be getting us 8 new cards.
Determined to find all supporters.
Only thing better than a Lily's turn 1 is a Lily's on turn 2 as well.
True.
So obviously, really going to be looking for these Dracloaks here to start getting the Recon Directive online.
Yeah.
Recon number 1 comes through. Is that another Lily's and a Psychic Energy? Could just be the Lily's for next turn as well.
Mhm. I mean, why pick anything different if we're just going to see 8 cards?
But it looks like we are going to pick the Psychic Energy. and
Yeah,
get
we
them
do need to get
attached
some
there.
attachments going.
Mm-hmm. And going to be another Itchy Pollen.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping those items locked down on David's side of the board for
Excuse
another
me.
turn. We see the Rocket's Energy on the Mewtwo and a Lily's of David's own.
Mm-hmm. And for a time like this, Lily's is actually a pretty good card. Sometimes you don't
Mhm.
want to use Ariana and see less cards because your hand is just full of bad cards under item lock or items or what have you. So getting rid of those cards and having a chance to see potentially 8 new cards can be really good.
Definitely. And I think the main card we are hoping to see here is some of that Team Rocket's Spidops. Not necessarily to evolve them right now, but to have the option to evolve them to start pumping up that Mewtwo's damage.
Yep. Very, very important that you noted not immediately evolving because we would have somewhere to put Phantom Dive damage counters on if we didn't want them. But
Oh.
looks like we're just going to rip the spider.
Go for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think also the other main card that we'd be looking for here is going to be either Energy Switch or Team Rocket's Energy so that we are able to threaten the attack with this Mimikyu.
Yep. I was just going to see a pass.
Yep, putting up the Mewtwo to the active and passing, getting the Mimikyu tucked away safely onto the bench where it can be protected by that Articuno. You see Recon Directive number 1 from Zach, but it doesn't look like there's another Dracloak or out to Dracloak in the hand there, nor do I see an out to Dragapult. Nope, there is a Dragapult in there. Just the glare on the cards making it a little hard to get a good read on that.
Okay, and there's Lily, so no wonder we didn't take the Lily. We
just already had it.
already had one, yeah.
The only thing better than a Lily's on turn 1 and turn 2 is also a Lily's on turn 3. Going for a whole brand new hand.
Yeah.
Hopefully this one has some Dracloaks in it.
I mean, this is actually like really clutch too, because now this Meowth is just gonna find things like the Crispin or the Boss for these really big turns that we need.
Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and get that new hand here. The attach return already having come through on the Dragapult. The Monkey Dory, a little less impactful in this matchup, as a lot of times our Dragapult is just going to be getting OHKO'd
Yes,
when the Clefairy comes down onto the
the
board.
bench is totally locked, so it is actually a perfect time to be Phantom Diving and getting this damage on Mewtwo and putting it already on the Spidops because you can't clear the board. The Clefairy can't come down.
Mhm.
So it things could get interesting real quick.
Definitely. As we see the
Chen
Pao get Pokepadded out.
Interesting choice. Interesting card in Dragapult right now.
Yep, mostly played to be able to remove your own Area 0 underdepths to take those liabilities like the Meowth off of your bench.
Exactly.
So we see that Recon Directive finds the unfair stamp for Zach. So even if David is able to find a response that knocks out the Dragapult or something else on Zach's board, it's going to result in a devastating blow to his hand.
See, Zach is putting the damage on the Spidops this time. Definitely a good thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Yep, only place you can put it. And better to have it there than to not have it.
Yeah, because at some point you are, even if the monkey isn't, the monkey's valuable actually right now. The monkey is actually super valuable for the next turn because Mewtwo is not knocking out this Dragapult. If there's any damage left on, we can monkey that right off onto the spider and knock out the spider and kind of telling David, like, you got to get another one out.
Yep, and I do wonder if it pushes David maybe a little more towards a Giovanni line where you try to focus down this Dracloak and take the knockout on that. So you're not leaving Monkey Dory damage, but then you're making yourself vulnerable to Unfair Stamp.
Yep.
Not really a great spot that you're putting yourself into either way.
Yes. Yeah. Nothing here is super linear for David. And then we are just evolving all the spiders. I mean, why not? You'd rather have the ability to use the, ability if you get unfair stamped instead of sending them back to the deck having to find them.
Yep, once there's one Spidops on the board, may as well go ahead and evolve the other ones, as that damage is going to be finding its way onto your bench one way or another. Especially if we're planning on taking a knockout this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Looking through with the Ultra Ball here, grabbing another Mewtwo. Yes, as a potential follow-up. Interesting use of the Ultra Ball, though. Maybe just wanting to get that grass energy into the discard for Spidops.
Yep. Yep. And seeing as we're not taking the knockout this turn too, when the Mewtwo goes down, he can put it down.
Though, since we're playing this Proton, makes me wonder, is our Lily's Clefairy in the prizes?
Uh-oh.
Otherwise, surely we would have grabbed that off the Ultra Ball, even if we are expecting an unfair stamp.
Well,
we could have
if we
grabbed
put
the Mewtwo with the Proton.
yes,
We'd
yeah.
rather get it in
The
hand
board
than
is
not.
interesting though, because even if something goes down, we can't have Mewtwo and Clefairy at the board at the same time. Almost basically saying like, hey, we have to have attach E-switch onto the Clefairy as well, which at its own
Or the
right.
Team Rocket's energy or Itachi switch onto the Mimikyu.
Yes.
Let's see, E-switch onto the Mewtwo there. It is just going to be an Erasure Ball. Through here, throwing 220 damage onto that active Dragapult EX. And now, if Zach can find a Dark Energy, have to imagine that he is going to feel like he's in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm thinking Crispin for Dark with other attached is pretty strong here.
Working your way towards setting up that other Dragapult, which we see come down from the rare candy here, as well as getting the Monkey online. You see the Psychic get attached to that Dragapult there.
Maybe there's just nothing in the hand.
Just looking at the options.
Yeah.
Has a Meowth in there.
Yeah, I mean, the Dark would have been really strong here. I'm wondering if Meowth is even worth it.
Yeah, the Meowth for Crispin would be quite a bit of a commitment to get that online. Opts instead just to go for the Phantom Dive and take 2 prizes, knocking out the Mewtwo and sending that Spidops down to 10 HP remaining. As we don't see the Clefairy come in here, it is just going to be the Mimikyu. But that Dragapult having already taken a punch, we don't need the Clefairy to get the knockout, as we don't need the weakness.
With such a big hand, though, you gonna want to be playing Archer here for turn. For David, you really probably should be fearing the unfair stamp. And there it is.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yep. Archer comes down. Player's going to shuffle their hands into their deck.
And this is actually a bigger reason why I would have really liked to see the Crispin Monkey. I just think it would have been really strong here.
Yep. Because now we're on this turn kind of wanting to find Crispin anyway so that we can set up that Dragapult and get the energy onto our Monkey Dory.
And the thinning the Meowth would have done might have been play a role in that. I think I saw Zach draw Crispin on the last one.
Though actually, the Crispin not as necessarily super necessary.
Nope, it's not as strong this turn. Not without the the extra damage. Because he would have been setting up really 2-3 prize turns would have been the setup.
Yep. Whereas now you can kind of get the same job done by getting damage onto that Spidops. And actually, we're not going to see the Mimikyu swing. We're going to see a swing come from Team Rocket's Spidops here, taking the knockout with Rocket Rush.
It's really strong.
Trying to force Zach to knock out the Spidops for 1 prize rather than use the Phantom Dive to take multiple off of it.
What'd be really cool here is if he found attach and boss on. I was not even going to knock out the Spidops. We really needed the damage on there.
Yep, no damage left on the board to be able to move with Monkey Dory unless we happen to have something like the Risky Ruins to be able to generate our own damage. I'm going to see the Ultra Ball come down. Probably going to be grabbing either a Meowth or a Pheasantipity just to find us some more cards here. It's going to be the Fez.
Makes sense.
Now, is there ever merit to taking a knockout with Itchy Pollen, as the Spite Ops does have 10 HP left.
It does.
Yep, it has been piled on by 2 Phantom Dives, meaning it's taken 120 out of its 130 health. So we could take the knockout and item lock and force David to either find a Giovanni and some line to take a knockout there, or just go through our Badu.
I think taking the knockout with Badu here is particularly strong in any circumstance. It would be especially strong under an unfair stamp as well.
Yeah, it is just going to be the Itchy Pollen for the knockout.
Yep.
Yeah, if Zach is able to find his way back to that unfair stamp and David has to take the knockout on this Badu, the unfair stamp then makes it a lot safer to go for a return attack with Dragapult, because you know their odds of finding that Lily's Clefairy line is a lot lower.
So I really think he has prized his Lily's Clefairy. We are just not seeing it. Double benching Articuno.
Yep, double Articuno's on the bench. No redundancy in the ability there, as Articuno already protects itself. So I think really just getting this Team Rocket's Pokemon into play so that we can swing for 210 thanks to the Brave Bengal using the Spite Ops and take the knockout on this Pheasantipity. Still finding 2 prize cards here.
Very, very strong here. Eliminating the extra draw as well is very good.
And we see the attach for turn, getting the Mewtwo a little bit more set up, putting it just a Team Rocket's energy away from an Erasure Wall, as the knockout comes through onto the Pheasantipity here.
We really got to see unfair stamp this turn.
Yep, I think without it, David has seen
there it is.
too many cards.
He just reconned into it. Pretty good.
So going to be able to go into the Dragapult here. We'll see if there's anything else before the stamp comes down. Boss on the Mewtwo.
Pretty good.
Pull it up.
Pretty good.
Start to
Pokepad.
sprinkle some damage around.
Yeah. Thin the deck a little bit. I don't know if this Dragapult has Psychic Fire on it, though. I think it only has Psychic.
I think you might be right. Might still be looking for that last energy that we need to get the attack with it. And having committed the boss's orders already, we can't find it through Crispin. Can find it with a Night Stretcher.
I think I like the boss here. I still think I like the boss here. Like, the reality is that it's extremely likely that the Mewtwo is trapped here.
Yep.
Unless you're just drawn to the Team Rocket energy.
Yep. I think even if you draw the Team Rocket energy, the Mewtwo can't knock you out. I think what we're really trying to prevent David from getting into is that Mimikyu. Let's see. 5 cards for Zach, 2 cards for David. As we do have a Night Stretcher in the hand, it looks like, for Zach.
Oh, he does have a fire. He does have a fire on there.
Okay.
I see it.
Does have all the energy needed.
Okay.
Able to fire off the Phantom Dive.
My bad, chat.
But
Joe.
here we see the lack of the Crispin actually kind of biting Zach here, as we don't have any damage in play. And if David doesn't give us damage, if he whiffs the attack here, we can't win the game on the next turn, as that Spite Ops is still going to live an attack here. But David finds the Giovanni. Gonna switch around into a Spite Ops, draw some cards with the Factory. Go through the discard, make sure we're not forgetting any Spite Ops abilities, and gonna Rocket Rush for the knockout, going down to his final prize card. And I don't see a line for Zach to win the game here. The Articuno's blocking the Phantom Dive damage from being able to get onto that Mimikyu. Even if we have the boss's orders here, the fact that we weren't able to use Monkey Dory on that one turn and had to then use Phantom Dive to finish off that Spite Ops has now left us a turn behind on damage counters to be able to win the game with the boss's orders here.
Yep. I really thought that the 3 prize turn at that moment was pretty important for the longevity of the game.
We see Blood Moon Ursaluna able to attack for free. Gonna pull up the Mewtwo and go for Blood Moon. Getting 2 prize cards for Zach, but locking itself out of attacking on the following turn.
Have we seen a Latios come down on Zach's side ever?
I don't think that we have.
Okay.
Going down to 1, and this Blood Moon, hard for David to get through, as
Yes.
Spidops caps out at 210 with a Brave Mangle. Give me the Sacred Ash. Shuffle some Pokemon back in. Notably, a Giovanni would win the game for David here, but seems to not have one in the hand.
I think the hand was relatively dead after the unfair stamp. It was like Sacred Ash and I think Poffin or something like that, and then he top decked the Giovanni.
And here we see a bit of that weakness with the Rockets deck when it comes to the inconsistency of it, especially with finding the supporters you need when you need them. Because while the Team Rockets factory does offer you some extra draw support, it's only after you've used your supporter for the turn, so not going to be helpful for David to find a Team Rockets Giovanni here. Going to be the Ariana, is the supporter of choice for the turn. Getting 4 cards off the top there, plus another 2 from the factory, potentially. Could still find it here with potentially with Mewtwo, Rockets Energy, E-Switch. There's the Mewtwo, there's the Rockets Energy. I think there's enough grass in the discard to power up. There's the Energy Switch.
And he has got it. We are going to a game 2.
As long as there is at least 2 grass in the discard to power up these Spidops, which I believe there is, Mewtwo going to be able to take the knockout on Blood Moon Ursaluna. Oh, there's already one on the Spidops.
Yes.
We only needed 1.
So
there's the knockout on.
I gotta ask, if there's no Latios in the deck, how are we responding after Blood Moon?
That's an excellent question.
Because I feel like I would have just rather seen the Dragapult just punch and be like, because I mean, you still got to find the Clefairy. You got to find basically the same amount of pieces to get the Blood Moon or the Dragapult realistically. You still got to find the Clefairy. You still got to find attach E-Switch.
Yep.
You know, so it's the same thing, right? It's attach Mewtwo E-Switch was game ending. So I think I would have rather seen Dragapult just really get in there. I think it's the same. I think it's the same thing.
I think it leaves you as a harder target to reach. You need the Rockets Energy. Just rather than needing the E-Switch, you need the Clefairy for the Mimikyu.
And like I said, I haven't seen a lot of yes come down on Zach's side yet. He could be playing it. My only problem is that if we can't get the bear out of active, we just punch the bear twice and it's game over.
Yep, I do think generally this matchup is considered to be favored for the Rockets Mewtwo.
Yes. Yep.
As access to being able to use Clefairy for those powerful psychic attacks for weakness, as well as the Articuno really interfering with Dragapult's game plan of spreading damage, especially in this kind of straight Pult build.
Yep, I was just gonna say that Pult Nor has a much more favorable matchup. I'm not sure if I'd say favored, but more favorable than straight Pult because we can just Dust Nor the Articuno, get it off of the board, start spreading damage in places that matter more.
Yep, definitely.
It can also help you reach that damage on the Mewtwo as well.
Yep, so much of Dragapult's power comes from those 6 damage counters that it is able to spread after the Phantom Dive. And taking those away from it or forcing them to go onto a less than ideal target like the Spidops.
And here's the Clefairy we've been missing.
Here we see Zach actually, interestingly, choosing to go first And David starting the Clefairy, meaning Ariana is not going to be live as long as that Clefairy sticks around on the board.
Yep,
so,
and we're seeing a petrol for turn 1 here from David. So
yep, likely going to be for the secret box there. Oh, if it doesn't run away to the floor first.
and I think it's actually I've been in my experience at least with Dusk Bolt, I'm going first. Only playing one Bejeweled Dusk Bolt, wanting to rare candy and just go faster than your opponent in general.
Makes sense. Feels like a lot of games in this format are decided by who gets the early lead.
Yep, and Rockets wants to go first. You know, it's quite It's quite a big advantage for Bolt to be able to go first in the Rockets match. But then there's also a downside of not
secret
finding
box here. Discarding a bunch of cards out of the hand for David.
Mm-hmm.
Searching out the bangle, the factory, looking for an item here, and also grabbing that Lily's Determination, offering a strong draw option since this Lily's Clefairy is in here turning off the Ariana.
Mm-hmm.
The factory, drawing a couple extra cards. The bug catching set,
My favorite card.
hoping to catch some spiders. 7 cards off the top.
Oops, all
Let's do some
energy.
gambling. We got there. Looks like 1 energy. Not what you want to be seeing.
No,
Really
no.
not what you want to be seeing.
And can't
And
quite see the hand here,
we
but
got to get some basic energy on, or basic Pokemon onto the board for
we
David.
are at risk
or
of a
we-
Crispin Phantom Dive game 3.
Yep, a Crispin Rare Candy Phantom Dive could threaten to just end the game right now.
Yep.
And speaking of basic Pokemon, it's got to be. There's the Transceiver. Even then, a lot of the basic Pokemon in David's deck don't survive without the Articuno there to protect them. So even if he had something like a Tarantula or a Mimikyu in the hand, which it doesn't look like he does, that doesn't help against the Candy Crispin Dragapult.
No, it does not.
So don't know if Zach's got those pieces in hand, but you got to imagine it's something that David's considering here.
Yes.
And even if he doesn't have another option around it,
And
it's
we
going to
are
be
just
sitting here
passing.
praying it doesn't happen. See a Dracloak.
Okay.
All right. That shuts
But
out the possibility of it.
This is also not a great position
Oh,
because
certainly not.
he's going to be item locked here.
Yep. Is going to have... Excuse me. Is going to have access to that Proton that we saw him search out on the last turn, so is going to be able to get those basic Pokemon set up onto the bench.
Yep, and Zach has not played a supporter yet as well. Like Zach has not played a card.
Yeah, it is a rough start for Zach as well. Just the basic Pokemon from the hand, as well as the evolution into the Dracloak there. 0 cards in the discard, just putting Mons on the board.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And probably the worst thing to see right now after having such an opportunity is the Proton.
Yes. Yep. Searched out off the Transceiver last turn, ringing up Proton, saying, hey, if I make it through this turn, you gotta help me.
True, true.
Passing it back over. A scary suite of Pokemon now staring down Zach as that Mimikyu, protected by the Articuno, threatening to respond onto the Dragapult as soon as it comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna see the Meowth from Zach. Probably gonna be for
probably
a
gonna
Lily.
be a Lily. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine we want to do anything other than get rid of this. What has to be dead hand.
Yep, absolutely.
Just immediately playing it. Yep.
Yep, shuffling it back. Really hoping for, I think, 3 things here. I think we want to see a Dragapult. We want to see whichever energy isn't attached to it. I think that's a Psychic.
It is a psychic, so
I
he
think we
wants
want
to see
a fire. And we want to see a buddy poffin so we can start getting some more Dreepies onto the board.
We are, yes, but like you said, we are extremely worried about the Mimikyu response here.
Yep, and at least the Phantom Dive would be taking this Clefairy off the board,
Yeah.
forcing David to find some of his recovery to get it back, which the deck doesn't play a huge amount of.
I think it plays something like 2 Stretcher and 1 Sacred Ash. So there's the Poffin.
Yeah, there's one of the things that we were hoping for. You know, what's else in the hands? Is that a fire energy or psychic energy?
I did see a fire
It looks like
energy.
a fire,
I
but
do
it
not see a way into
doesn't look like
Polt.
the Polt.
Mhm.
Though, seeing as we have that unfair stamp in the hand now, staying on Badu for another turn doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world. As we're going to spread out the energy attached there onto the Dreepy and just go with another Itchy Pollen into this Clefairy, try to keep the hand locked down from David. Looks like we're going to be retreating into the Mimikyu to set up a Rocket's Giovanni to pull up that Dracloak with the energy on it and take the knockout with the Rocket Rush.
Pretty good.
First knockout of the game, setting Zach back to this spot of needing to find a rare candy to get a Dragapult on.
Rare candy, attach.
We're going to see Night Stretcher there, reestablishing that Dracloak.
Gotta see cards.
We're going to be using the Recon before the Unfair Stamp.
Oh, yeah. I would have liked to have seen the Unfair Stamp.
That.
Yeah.
Because now we can see off this Recon, we see a Dragapult, but we don't have the rare candy in hand. We see actually Dragapult and candy off of the Recon. One of each of the pieces we need, but we don't have the other one in the hand.
Yep.
Had we used the stamp first, we maybe could have stamped ourselves into one of those pieces and then taken the one we were missing off of that Recon.
Yep, and without the Dragapult response here, I think that Unfair Stamp is it is not a good time to be playing the Unfair Stamp here.
Yep, I think you might just hold it in the hand and go with Itchy Pollen for a turn. It doesn't feel great, but I don't think you want to be playing that stamp until you're launching your counteroffensive. See a Boss's Orders in the hand for Zach as well. And stamp is going to come down. Though I don't know if I'm a fan of this line, especially now that energy has already been committed onto the Dracloak for turn. So even if we do find Candy Pult, we're locked out of our attach. So we would need to find Candy Pult Crispin to get the to get a Phantom Dive online this turn.
Well, he attached already, so there's no Phantom Dive.
He hasn't supported, so if he finds the Crispin...
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, I forgot the Dreepy had the energy. Okay.
Yep. There's a fire on that Dreepy there.
Forgot about that. And one thing to note as well, hopefully we have the correct energy in deck.
Yes. It looks like
and we are not going to see we are not going to see a Phantom Dive.
There's the Crispin off the Recon directive. That is true, Joe. 70 is a relevant number against Spidops, as with that 130 HP, getting 70 on it with the Jet Headbutt does set it up to then be KO'd on a later turn with Phantom Dive.
Yep.
Unfortunately, not able to find our way into Dragapult at all.
Yeah, I still think I would have liked to see the Unfair Stamp before any form of drawing happens.
I think so, as the Budu's now going to go down, and that Ariana fills the hand right back up to 8.
Nope, only 5.
Only 5 because of the Clefairy. Yep. So only up to 5.
Hey,
However,
that's still pretty good. That's still pretty good.
Yep, drawing cards to help get you out of Unfair Stamp.
Yep.
Definitely helpful.
And I'd say it's really important to get the Clefairy off the board here.
I think so. I think really you're looking for a boss's orders and a Phantom
And that means
Dive
we
to
can't
take it
Crispin
off.
either this turn.
Yeah. So we will need to have the energy in the hand to be able to do that. So we've got an Ultra Ball. So we have access to Dragapult if we want it. Have a couple of recon directives to go through as well. See what pieces we can find. That looks like a boss's orders.
Okay. We have Ultra Ball Boss.
Do we have the energy? We have an energy of each kind on our respective Dracloaks. So either one would get there. It's just a question of do we have it in the hand? I see a dark energy.
We do not have it in hand.
I don't see another one. There's a fire energy in the discard if we have a night stretcher.
Don't think he's got a stretcher. I think he's got Boss, Ultra Ball, Latias.
Yeah. So we might be missing the attack again this turn. I think this is really our last turn to find a way into the game. If we're not Phantom Diving this turn, it might just be too far behind to find a way back into this one.
Especially with Articuno stopping you from really being able to take these prizes.
Yeah, with Articuno stopping you and with the unfair stamp already having been committed.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the Ultra Ball. Likely going to be searching out a Dragapult. Though could also search out Meowth.
He's got two. He's got two
grab a
Ultra Ball in
supporter.
hand. He has two Ultra Ball in hand. So
Could also grab the Fez here.
yes, he
to
could.
Try one last time to hit that energy. As long as the Fez is in the deck, I don't know if I see it in there. Is Pheasantipity hiding over in the prizes? Because if so, we could Meowth for Crispin and get the energy there, but that means we're not bossing this Clefairy.
Yep, and that means that we're just, like Rocket's energy away from Meowth or Mimikyu just absolutely going to town.
Yep. Oh, there's the Fez. Okay, is in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
So he's
I think he's
eyeing
probably weighing his
between
options
those.
here.
Is going to be the Fez.
I think he understands that, like, if we are just not bossing this Clefairy, my game is pretty over.
Yep, I would agree on that one.
So there's a couple ways we can get there. We can either draw it or we can get the Night Stretcher.
Yep. Question is, there's a decent question for do we Ultra Ball first to try to thin the deck a little bit more? Looks like the answer is no from Zach. Drawing there, does get the fire.
There it is. All right.
All right, has the Ultra Ball to go.
Let's go
grab
gambling.
the Dragapult. He's going to pitch the Dark
Never
Energy
punish.
and the Rare Candy. Make sure we evolve the right one there so that we can get the energy. That would be a catastrophic mistake
Yeah,
to
can you
evolve
let me
that.
take it back?
Able to bench the Latios as we do have Area Zero Underdepths in play. Something I wasn't even thinking about there.
I wasn't
We
even
needed
thinking
to
about
get
it
the-
either.
Needed to get the monkey out of the active
I
as
wasn't
well.
either. Yep.
Gets into there. Going to be the boss on the Clefairy.
Mm-hmm.
And a Phantom Dive with some damage on Spidops. Putting Spidops to that 70 damage mark. That Itchy Pollen damage actually coming in fairly relevant as now the Spidops is in range of another Phantom Dive.
Mm-hmm.
So that Area Zero is going to come down. Probably going to see the Meowth get discarded. He's done his job.
Mm-hmm.
There he goes. Gonna be an Ultra Ball from David. We go looking for another Pokemon from the deck.
Either a Mewtwo or a Spidops.
Yep, gotta assume it's the Mewtwo. The big question is going to be, is David able to find a Night Stretcher?
Mm-hmm.
Having used the Ultra Ball, I'm assuming we don't have access to Sacred Ash right now. Otherwise, we likely would have seen the Clefairy get put back into the deck before the Ultra Ball was used.
True.
So, going to be looking for that. or potentially looking for a Giovanni Brave Bengal Rocket Rush.
So
But it
here
is
we
gonna
have
be
an
the
Ariana.
So we're not gusting.
I don't think we need to when we're drawing update. I think the biggest thing here is looking for nice stretcher attach.
Yep. With that Clefairy out of play for now, the Ariana back online, drawing up to 8 cards for David, and then up to 10 thanks to that Team Rockets factory.
Mm-hmm.
Really looking for Team Rockets energy or Psychic E-Switch to get the Clefairy back, but no. Gonna just be the bench of the Tarantula. And I think we're just gonna be looking at either
I mean, I think you should be passing.
I think we're attacking with the Spide Ops here. I don't think we want to let it go down for free on the bench. And I think the Articuno's protecting everything else.
True.
So we might as well.
Well, we just
get
put
some
another
damage over
Spide
it.
Ops on, so
This is true. This is true. Attacking with the Spide Ops does also open up Monkey Dory for Zach.
mm-hmm. That's my big concern, is that damage can become so relevant.
So maybe it is another situation where we just want to punch and put ourselves in a spot where this Dragapult already is damaged and we don't need to find Clefairy to
Sure.
get a follow-up knockout.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's going to be the Rocket Rush for 210 onto this Dragapult thanks to that Brave Bengal. So the turn passes back over to Zach.
And Boss would be really strong here.
Yep, Boss would be strong here. Monkey Dory, a Dark Energy for Monkey Dory would accomplish just about the same thing. I think we do know that he has a Dark Energy.
I think you want Boss, period. I
and-
think you wipe both spiders off the board here. It's pretty good.
Oh, yes, yeah, that second Spide Ops did come down.
Mm-hmm. Double area
Hmm.
0.
Maybe the Blood Moon Ursaluna coming down onto the bench. Dark Energy for the Monkey Dory. If we have the boss's orders here as
We're gonna
well,
Lily.
gonna be the Lily.
Which is
So-
fine. It's fine. But like I think double Spide Ups here is like really, really good, because now what are you Night Stretching for? The Clefairy or the Spide Ups here?
Yep, and I actually wouldn't have hated to see with the boss's orders to pull up the Mewtwo
And
and
trap
just
it.
throw some damage on it, trap it,
Mm-hmm.
take the knockout on this
Play the
Spide Ups
long
with the
game.
Monkey Dory, or with the one from the Phantom Dive, sorry, and send 3 onto the other Spide Ups.
Yeah.
So that other Spide Ups is ending the turn with 80 damage on it. We're getting
Mhm.
a knockout on the Spide Ups, and the Mewtwo is trapped in the active. But unfortunately, can't always have boss when you need it.
Right.
Rather, all the times that you want it. So, gonna just be a Lilies here, getting some new cards for Zach. You see the Adrenabrain opting to move the damage over onto the Mewtwo. An interesting choice, maybe trying to get it into range of a Blood Moon on a following turn. So we're going to see the Phantom Dive and all 6 damage counters over onto that Spide Ops as Zach jumps ahead in the prize race for the first time this game. Rocket's energy onto the Mewtwo. Probably going to be looking for an Erasure Ball knockout here. Rocket's Factory, and I have to imagine for David here, we're probably looking for Archer to cut that hand down from Zach.
Gonna be honest, I don't know if I like the Blood Moon in this at all.
Yeah,
I'm really not sure the numbers really reach it there. You'd have to double Adrenabrain for the Mewtwo to even be in range. And now the Latias is off the board. I don't think
Yeah.
we're playing 3 area
Latias.
zeros.
not able to offer that free pivot out anymore.
Yeah, I
after
think
a
the free
knockout.
pivot was super important in this position because the Dragapult's going down.
Absolutely. Now the Dragapult going down does open back up a bench slot to potentially put that Latios onto, but that would then prevent us from putting down something like the Meowth.
Mm-hmm.
So really just not quite the room for all the resources that we want.
Yep.
And this is going to be the Archer from David. The more fair stamp.
Yeah.
As Zach is going to get 3 cards.
Man, I can't wait for
David's
red
gonna get
card. I
5.
can't wait for red card. I just can't.
Yeah, definitely going to be an exciting card when that one comes into the format.
Welcome back, Counter Catcher Iono.
Welcome back.
We've missed you for a whole format. And we have just seen relatively 3 dead cards.
Yep. It's like the Poffin, the Moltres, and
A boss.
a boss's orders.
Yes, nothing good.
Not,
Nothing
not
good.
what you're really looking for.
No.
Bug catching set from David, going gambling.
Finds everything.
Sometimes it's the best card ever.
It can be. It can be the best card ever. And then on the other side of that coin, it is the worst card ever.
This is true. This is true. Gonna be able to get those other Spidops evolved up here.
Super important, too, for David to be able to have this.
He's only gonna see another 8 cards going to start as Pult. The horror. I know. Life out here is so difficult for these Pult players. There's a reason that only 32% of people in LA picked it. If it was a good deck, surely you'd think more people would, play it.
Yeah, right.
But only 32. I mean, that's not even a third. So we're going to be going into the Spidops here. We're going to take the KO with that Rocket Rush. Putting another Mimikyu on the bench.
And
It's going to be just Rocket Rush for the knockout.
I don't see how Zach climbs out of this.
It is starting to look pretty insurmountable. Could set up another Dragapult, start Phantom Diving.
Yep, you would
Clefairy's-
assume that he's gonna find the Clefairy or
Yep, just always threatening to come back down as soon as you take any prize cards. I think what I would want to see here from Zach would be an evolution to Dragapult, a boss's orders on the Mewtwo, and a Phantom Dive throwing 6 onto the Spidup that's already damaged. Because I don't think you can open up your opponent's bench space for Clefairy, and you gotta threaten to take all 3 of your prize cards at once.
Yep. I also think that Zach just has it in hand, or David just has it in hand. I really just have that vibe.
Yep.
That David just has it in hand, one way or another.
Yep, the Giovanni obviously threatening to just end the game on the spot.
Correct.
With
Like
that
I
free
think.
pivot with the Mewtwo. and
Correct.
either the Brave Bengal and a full bench.
So
with
we are going to see
Spidops.
the exact play you were saying, which I think is correct.
I think it's the only out he really
However,
has.
if we just Giovanni with the Mimikyu and pull the Mewtwo up,
Yep, Giovanni plus an energy gets it done.
yes, and all we need is
Or Giovanni
Transceiver.
plus a Brave Bengal. Either one of those.
I did see him throw a Brave Angle early in this game, so I don't know how many are left. I think we're more leaning on the Geo here.
Yep, trying to get a look at David's hand on the hand cam there as he
I think,
fans through it.
yeah, the body language is telling me he has it, though.
Yeah. Yep, looking very relaxed here.
Mhm.
Waiting for that turn to be done so he
Waiting.
can finish it up here.
Why was it knocked out?
As-
It's not knocked out.
think
Yeah.
Bit of
I think he's getting
bit
ahead of
getting
himself.
Ahead of himself there with getting that Mewtwo out of the active spot.
Yeah, I think
No
he's
knockout
just like,
happening,
I
only
have
200
Giovanni.
damage
Let
on
me
it.
draw and show you Giovanni. Right?
Flips through the hand. There's the Rocket's energy on the Mewtwo. There's the
Transceiver.
Transceiver. Unless all the Giovannis are
And
in
they're
the
not.
prize cards or in the discard.
They never
they're not.
are.
Going to be the Giovanni. Pulling up the Mewtwo. Or pushing back the Mewtwo, pulling up the Fez, taking the knockout with the Erasure Ball, And that is going to be a 2-0 for David, taking
Yep.
down the cup
Yep.
with the Team Rockets Mewtwo.
Yeah, I think a couple things I would have liked to see from Zach was that early crisp spin we were talking about would have been huge, and I just don't think the Blood Moon line works. I think
Yeah.
it's too much to set up on a deck that is not going to purposely leave damage on the board.
And I think the fact that you can't get that damage onto the board thanks to Articuno, at least not where you want it.
True, yes, and you're also saying like the Blood Moon line only works if they're punching stuff, and it's
Yeah.
not happening that often.
Otherwise, it's an option when your board's kind of picked apart towards the end of the game. You don't have anything with energy, and you just need a guy to take one prize.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, not getting into those situations where you're only one prize away.
nope, and I'm even questioning how much we want Blood Moon even in Dragapult. You can't Blood Moon counter Kencher. Like it's just
Yeah, I think
so
if
much
you're-
harder.
I think if you're not playing the Dusk line to be able to enable that Blood Moon, even on the times when your opponent's only on 2 prizes, and you're,
I'm not even playing Blood Moon in my Dusk Bolt list.
I think it's the only variant of Pult where it really makes sense.
I can understand that. It is in my opinion, and
there's-
talking with some of my friends, that like it's just a huge liability.
Oh, for sure.
It's such a bigger liability than anything it could ever fix.
Yeah, I think especially with Turo and Penny going from the format, if
Yep.
that thing starts on your board, it is not going
It's also like,
anywhere.
okay, like now you have to put Latias on the board.
Mhm.
Like you don't really want to do that often.
Yeah.
Like you really just want to play the game without all these supporter Pokemon like Meowth, Fez, Latias, and even Blood Moon as well. Like you don't want these cards on your board all the time. You would love to just see Monkey, 3 Lokes, and a Dragapult.
Yep.
Right? Like
That's the dream.
that's the dream. Alrighty, well,
All right, so congratulations to David for taking down the cup, an undefeated run.
this is quarter 4,
With-
right?
This is quarter 2.
Quarter 2. Okay. What?
Uh,
quarter
or-
4.
it's the quarter 4 of the season,
Yes.
right? Where we are towards the end of the 2025-2026
That's
season.
where my head was.
But it is quarter 2 of the year, which I believe is how they break down when the cups are.
Yes. But this is the last
Yeah.
last cup for this competitive season.
Yep, the
For
next cup won't
GLG.
be until the fall when the competitive season picks back up again, likely sometime in late August or early September.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think they've got the date carved out for that quite yet, but that will be in a whole new season and a whole new crop of trainers battling for their championship points.
Alrighty.
Well, that'll wrap it up.
Yes. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us. The challenge still ongoing, I think. I don't know how many players we had
I think we had
for that one.
6 or less. 6 or less.
So, little 3-round Swiss challenge.
Yeah,
Likely just
yeah,
the one
maybe
player
s-
going 3-0, taking down the points for that
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to wrap up
I think that's gonna wrap it up,
the
yeah.
broadcast here. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you on Wednesday for our usual, regularly scheduled Whooper Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Have a great day.
Have a great day, guys.
Take care, everybody.